Deputy Speaker. There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable members, we are ready to start. In the interest of safety for all present, please keep your masks on and sit in your designated place. The first item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC welcomes and supports the recently released report by Amnesty International, which calls for the Israeli authorities to be held accountable for the committing of crimes of apartheid against Palestine.
The DA.
Let me try again, Deputy Speaker. The ANC welcomes and supports the recently released report by Amnesty International, which calls for Israeli authorities to be held accountable for committing crimes of apartheid against Palestinian people. The report comes after an investigation that details how Israel enforces a system of oppression and domination against the Palestinian people, sets out how massive seizures of Palestinian land and property, unlawful killings, forcible transfers, drastic movement restrictions, and the denial of nationality and citizens to Palestinians are all components of a system which amounts to apartheid under international law. Amnesty International is calling on the International Criminal Courts to consider the crime of apartheid in its current investigations in the occupied territories and calls for all states to exercise universal jurisdiction to bring perpetrators of apartheid to justice. The ANC has always maintained that Israel is guilty of international crimes of apartheid and persecution because the discriminatory policies towards the Palestinian people. We reaffirm our support to the people of Palestine and their struggle for freedom and self-determination. Free, free Palestine, from the river to the sea. Palestine must be freed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Healthcare facilities within provinces must ensure that they comply to the minimum standards set by the National Department of Health. The quality of healthcare within our healthcare facilities is far below national standards. Only 20% of our healthcare facilities are currently compliant. In the near future, a shortage of around 34,000 registered nurses in primary healthcare would be devastating. The fact that medical malpractice hovers well over 100 billion rand and totaling to 47% of the health budget, this is a clear indication that maladministration and incompetent management is a critical risk within primary health care. The DA therefore stresses that the Minister must ensure the following: that primary health care defined within its own norms and standards ensures that it complies to the following: good infrastructure, adequate staff, including ensuring that doctors and nurses are included on the critical staffing criteria, adequate medicine and supplies, good governance and administrative processes to mitigate maladministration, fraud and corruption, to ensure that processes are put in place to deal with the root causes of medical legal claims, such as inadequate quality of healthcare, weak capacity in the provincial medical legal teams, poor administration of medical records, high profitability of law firms specializing in the area that causes the ever-inflating medical legal claims debt. That vigorous processes in terms of inspection should be conducted at state healthcare facilities and must be continuously reported upon. I thank you.
EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We received complaints about the poor management of Unit 10 Clinic in Phoenix in KwaZulu-Natal, especially the attitude of the CEO. We were told about the mistreatment of workers and patients. So, January 4, 2022, we went on an announced oversight visit to see for ourselves as carrying our constitutional mandate under Section 5 of the Constitution, gives us as of the Assembly to do oversight in all organs of the state of private assistance. When we arrived at the Unit 10 clinic in Phoenix, refused to the facilities. In fact, the CEO, Dr. Patrick, did not only refuse me access, he went as instructing security to chase me away from the facilities as a member of parliament. This was after I introduced myself as a member of parliament, produced my parliamentary access card, patiently enough to explain, but she was not willing to listen. This is the first we have raised this matter. The Minister of Health, the confrontational removal of members of parliament when they want to conduct oversight public hospitals in a shameful and a reflection of the poor political leader in this ministry, this of government, and also with this. But it is clear that they're willing to take this matter. Expect just to come and as reports and but that you are not allowed to do oversight. You cannot oversight when the parliamentary oversighting, because we know that those trips are away money and because are lied to in meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prince.
Speaker.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The ANC welcomes the decision by the President of the Republic, President Cyril Ramaphosa, to appoint the Deputy Chief Justice Raymond Zondo as the next Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa, with effect from the 1st of April 2022. Judge Zondo has acted in that position after the Chief Justice Mogoeng's term ended in October 2022. President Ramaphosa's decision follows the consultation with the Judicial Services Commission and leaders of the parties represented in the National Assembly on 4 nominees for the position. President Ramaphosa has accordingly indicated his intention, once the new Chief Justice assumes office, to nominate Justice Mandisa Maya for the position of Deputy Chief Justice. This nomination will be subjected to the process outlined in section 174.3 of the Constitution. Judge Raymond Zondo is a respected jurist who previously had the position of Deputy Chief Justice of South Africa and also occupied several key positions in the judiciary, including that of a Constitutional Court judge, Judge President of the Labour Appeal Court. Most recently, he had chaired the Judicial Service Committee on inquiry into the allegation of state capture, which became popularly known as the Zondo Commission. We congratulate Justice Raymond Zondo on his appointment and wish him well during his term of office. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Almost 47 years ago, on 21 March 1975, a gathering of patriotic South Africans under the leadership of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi gathered at Kwanzimela in KwaZulu-Natal and established the Inkatha Yenkululeko Yesizwe, a national cultural liberation movement. This organization was founded upon the principles of the 1912 liberation movement and quickly became home to more than 1 million card-carrying Inkatha members. The following year saw the establishment of both the Inkatha Women's Brigade and Youth Brigade. In 1979, Prince Buthelezi, together with an Inkatha delegation, was invited by Mr. Oliver Tambo to London to meet with the delegation of the ANC's mission in exile. On 2nd February 1990, the then President F.W. de Klerk, in his decision to order the release of Nelson Mandela, acknowledged Prince Buthelezi's contribution to this decision. The Inkatha Freedom Party was subsequently established and participated in the development of the new democratic South Africa. The IFP contributed and continues to contribute to the development of not only the Constitution, but also the rule of law in South Africa. IFP President Emeritus and leader of the IFP caucus, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, has been the IFP champion since 1975 and today, at the age of 93, continues his selfless service to the nation and to all South Africans. Happy birthday to the IFP. Thank you.
UDM. UDM is not responding. FF Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. During the early morning hours of Wednesday, the 9th of March, unscrupulous thieves stole thousands of litres of diesel from the Transnet multi-fuel pipeline near the town of Verkykerskop in the Free State. The thieves caused a spillage of thousands of litres of diesel into the nearby Meel River, which ultimately flows to the Vaal Dam. These water sources supply millions of people and animals with life-sustaining drinking water. This act of criminality, which occurs nearly weekly along this pipeline, does not only lead to the loss of millions of litres of fuel and damage to property and surrounding fields and farmland, but the fact that water sources are polluted to the extent that this specific spillage has caused borders on domestic terrorism. The FF Plus would like to thank the Minister of Environmental Affairs, Ms. Barbara Creasy, for her department's swift and effective intervention in this matter, as well as Minister Praveen Gordhan for Transnet's immediate action in this regard. Both these ministers and their departments were instrumental in deploying relevant teams and cleanup crews like that of Spiltech to try and contain this crisis. It is, however, worrying that residents downriver from the spill site in the Mafube local municipality are complaining of the smell of diesel in their water. This confirms the magnitude of this crisis. Though the cleanup team is now in Mafube as well, it seems this crisis is difficult to contain. Ons doen 'n beroep op wetstoepassers en spesifiek die Ministerie van Polisie om hierdie voorbeeld te volg deur spoedig en sonder genade teen hierdie kriminele elemente op te tree. Ek dank u.
Thank you, ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC understands that many underprivileged school-going children cannot afford school shoes to go to school. Some of the children went through difficult upbringing, lacking educational support, and this included having no school shoes. We therefore welcome the collaboration between the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development and Ilovo Sugar South Africa to extend a helping hand to the pupils at the various schools around KwaZulu-Natal, where 580 pairs of school shoes and gardening tools were donated recently. This is part of the national-wide campaign by the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to make life more comfortable for rural people, especially children who are our future leaders. Donation of school shoes are in support of improving education outcomes to create a thriving South African community. We hope more organizations and private sector will also plow back to communities. The ANC commends the role played by organizations like Ilovo South Africa in contributing to the economy and assisting government in its commitment to building a prosperous country. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. NFP. NFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the National Freedom Party, would like to express our deepest concern about what happened in the Alexandra Township in Johannesburg on the clash between South Africans and foreign nationals. Deputy Speaker, we are not giving this matter the necessary attention that it deserves, and we call on the Minister of Police to intensify efforts of intelligence to intercept these violent standoffs and confrontations between our people. We simply cannot afford to have another xenophobic attack, and it looks like we are not far off from seeing that happen given the state of current affairs in this country. We can talk all day about how the Home Affairs is continuously failing the nation because of its poor systems. We can discuss the issue of our immigration policies. We can talk about anything that could be the contributing factor to the issue of migration and illegal immigrants. The fact is, we need to understand as the government what it is that our people are crying about on the ground. We need to interrogate what the locals in Alexandra are frustrated about, that the local economy had to be shut down. From what we have gathered, people are complaining and crying about the operation of business, particularly disposal shops and vendors, and why most of these were operated and owned by foreign nationals. We do not condone acts of violence against others, especially people from the same continent. But with that said, we need to also listen to what our people are frustrated about, investigate how and why these protests were happening and how the government can come in with interventions that will put an end to these acts of violence. While we are on the brink of collapsing as a country, we cannot afford to have instability as an already struggling nation with high unemployment rates and drowning in debt. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Job creation, skills development, and supporting entrepreneurship for the unemployed, especially the youth, received a major boost when the Minister of Employment and Labour, Honorable Thulas Nxesi, launched training programs worth 551 million rand on Friday, the 4th March 2022. The programs were launched at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in Glenwood, Durban, after the Unemployment Insurance Fund, an entity of the Department of Employment and Labour, entered into a partnership agreement with the Fuse Institute for Humanitarian Praxis. The UIF, through its labour activation programs, has set aside 551 million rand for the 3 projects for about 19,921 beneficiaries, 70% of which are former UIF contributors who lost their jobs, to undergo training in various skills disciplines. The ANC welcomes this effort by the department. Efforts to create employment in South Africa should be strongly welcomed, considering the high levels of unemployment in the country, particularly among the youth. The ANC urges the private sector and all potential stakeholders to partner with the government to reduce and end unemployment in the country, because partnerships are key to creating jobs. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister Lindiwe Zulu and the Department of Social Development has placed the ECD sector and the children in their care at risk by failing to pay the full 496 million ECD Presidential Stimulus Relief Fund announced 2 years ago. 351 million was already rolled over by National Treasury in June 2021 because the verification of ECDs and the payment of the fund was and remains problematic. The Minister is aware that I've been asking about the payment of this fund ad nauseum. I have noted the Minister's responses in the recent oral question session, as well as a written reply received today. The ECD sector is bringing their plight over the non-payment to Parliament this Thursday because, like myself, there is still no clear commitment and communication whether or not the ECDs will still receive payment after the ECD migration effective 1 April. So, Minister Zulu, with 16 days left to go, has DSD applied to National Treasury for a second rollover of the outstanding balance of 275 million? What is the outcome thereof? And will DSD or DBE be responsible for the payment process come 1 April? If this government is serious about improving education outcomes at foundation phase, they would stop treating the ECD sector with such disdain and start treating children as a priority. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
EFF.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The incompetent, corrupt, and useless ANC government is allowing the people of Messina in Mansfield, Matswale, Campbell, Harper, Extension 14, Extension 9 and 10, Mshongoville, and Skoonplaas to live with sewage spillage in front of their raw sewage spillage. What this means is that the first thing people in Messina see when they walk out of their homes is feces. But they don't have to walk out to know that they are surrounded by feces. They can smell it in their sleep, when they eat, when they watch TV, when they have funerals. They can smell it all the times when they are at home. Deputy Speaker, home is supposed to be a place where you are supposed to rest, but not the people of Messina, who must go home to be surrounded by feces. We must just imagine ourselves as members of parliament who go to these parliamentary villages surrounded by feces. If it's not good for us, for ministers, for premiers, for senior government officials, why is it good and acceptable for the people of Messina in Mansfield? Matswale, Campbell, Harper, Extension 14, Extension 9 and 10, Mshongoville and Scone Plus. To make matters worse, they do not have water. For us to write to the minister, to ask endless questions for a written reply, and to come here and tell the whole country that the people of Messina live surrounded by feces and still nothing happens is humiliating, demoralizing, and embarrassing. Thank you.
ANC.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, ANC welcomes the National Labour Migration Policy, which together with the proposed Amendment Services Amendment Bill. Okay. I will forgive you for that. The ANC welcomes the National Labour Migration Policy, which together with the proposed Employment Services Amendment Bill will provide a policy framework and legal basis to regulate the extent which employers can employ foreign nationals in their establishment whilst protecting the rights of immigrants. Expansion of international migration has deemed it necessary to develop such a policy to address South Africans' expectations regarding access to work opportunities given the worsening unemployment and the perception that foreign nationals are distorting labor market access. Important aspects the policy addresses, amongst others, are the introduction of quotas on the total number of documented foreign nationals with work visas that can be employed in major economic sectors such as agriculture, hospitality and tourism, construction, and so on. Enforcement of a list of sectors where foreign nationals cannot be allocated business visas. Limiting of foreign nationals establishing limiting of foreign nationals establishing SMEs and trading in some sectors of the economy, securing porous borders and stepping up inspections to enforce existing labor and immigration legislation. We support this policy framework and believe it is critical for government to act and curb the hiring of foreign nationals in the country, as employers were exploiting desperate foreign nationals and distorting the labor market. Thank you.
AIC.
In 20, that's about 20
you can find another place.
Any form of
Members,
educational institution
order,
or
honorable
training.
members, order. Honorable Jafta, try and find another place. We can't hear
Between
you.
15 and 34.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Just try another place. We'll give you an opportunity. Let's go to the ANC.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. The ANC caucus has learned with sadness of the passing on of comrade academic and political scientist Dr. Patrick Maisela on the 7th of March 2022. After matriculating in Orlando High School, Dr. Maisela studied hematology through medical research and was the first Black student, person to be allowed to be a medical technician. He joined the ANC in 1964 and worked underground to mobilize students and youth, leading to the formation of NAYO, a youth movement which later had tremendous influence in student movement nationally. In 1987, the ANC sent him to further studies where he obtained his PhD in political economy. He was part of Greater Johannesburg Political School, facilitators who later headed the political school until his passing. In 2014, Dr. Maisela was elected as a member of Parliament, where he served as a member of the Portfolio Committee on Health until 2019. In 2018, while in Parliament, he stood majestically to nominate President Cyril Ramaphosa to be the President of South Africa. After the 2019 general elections, Dr. Maisela was appointed by the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Comrade Amos Masonda, as his political advisor. His passing has robbed the liberation movement and the people of South Africa, one of its most distinguished sons of the soil who served his nation with distinction. We send our sincere, heartfelt condolences to the family of Dr. Maisela and fellow comrades, mostly his beloved branch of the ANC, Eric Mulobi, Ward 121 in Johannesburg. I thank you.
Thank you. DA.
Deputy Speaker, Sarah Bartmann was a coy woman who was treated as a freak show exhibit in Europe under the name of Hottentot Venus. She died in France in 1815. After her death, her humiliation continued as her skull, genitalia, and skeleton were put on display as a curiosity. Her remains were finally repatriated in 2002 and buried on the Vergaderingskop Hill in Hankey in the Eastern Cape. In 2009, the Department of Arts and Culture initiated the Sarah Bartmann Centre of Remembrance beside her grave to honour her. Construction commenced in 2014 on the 165 million rand project, and shock and horror, the completion date of 2016 was not met. In 2019, Minister Ntetwa visited the site and undertook that the project would be completed later that year at a new projected cost of 280 million rand. By mid-2021, the second contractor appointed by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure had walked off site. The Sarah Bartmann Centre of Remembrance, 6 years over time and hundreds of millions over budget, is just another demonstration of the callous disregard Sarah Bartmann experienced in both her life and her death. Minister de Lille's department has shown a shocking lack of urgency, fiduciary care and respect for the memory of Sarah Bartmann. And it seems that instead of a memorial to the late Sarki Bartmann, we have just another memorial to state incompetence. I thank you.
AIC, let's see if we can get you.
Hello,
go ahead, Ndati. There you are, it's clearer.
Iziphumo zokuhlala eSeven Cape wesaba Deputy Speakers. Imatati aniyalwise eKZN. Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. In 2021, the state essay revealed that about 20.6 million people in South Africa, of which 34.1% were classified as neither employed nor in any form of educational institution or training facility, were in N34. This concerns directly the high levels of unemployment or inactivity among young people in South Africa. As it stands, a quarter of our university graduates are currently out of the job market. This means our expenditure towards education is not buttressed by any process inducing meaningful returns to the fiscus. A graduate enterprise program run and facilitated by the Ministry on Small Businesses together with High Education Department must be introduced to empower young graduates who are out of job market. Swaziland has a similar model, and it has been able to erode the high rate of youth unemployment in that country. On operation, the program must target enterprising young, able and unemployed graduates with a business mindset to compete with existing monopolies in retail, mining, clothing, and timber. This program must be backed by seed funding. It should also replicate a model under the imprint of black umbrellas. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, Honorable Judith Shabalala there read what we think is a motion without notice. Therefore, it must be handed over to be handled differently so that we get another statement, proper statement. Let's get a statement. The ANC is your turn anyway. So you do have, I was giving you another slot in place of that original statement or in place of that motion without notice. It has to be done properly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Heads of states, environmental ministers, and other representatives from 175 nations endorsed a historic resolution at the UN Environmental Assembly in Nairobi recently to end plastic pollution and forge an international legally binding agreement by the end of 2024. We welcome this historic resolution entitled End Plastic Pollution towards an internationally legally binding instrument. The impact of plastic production and pollution on the triple planetary crisis of climate change, nature loss, and pollution are a catastrophe in making, with exposure to plastic harming human health and potential affecting fertility, hormonal metabolism, and neurological activities, while banning of plastic contributes to air pollution. Progress on a legally binding global agreement on a plastic pollution provides a chance to make a difference. We are pleased that as a country, we will only focus on a multilateral negotiation on plastic pollution with the view of ensuring that we not only have a vigorous instrument, but that we will seek to ensure the need of development in countries, in particular the special needs and circumstances of Africa, are utmost. We appeal to business and industry leaders, non-governmental actors, and consumers to also make efforts to reserve the situation of those who are socially and economically marginalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shabalala, do you have a statement? Oh, okay. We don't have a statement from the ANC additionally. That concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses?
Yes, Minister. Yes, Deputy Chairperson.
It's Deputy Speaker. Go ahead, Honorable Maisela.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me thank the Honorable Volmarans. You know Honorable Volmarans. I have to thank you because you are highlighting in this august house that we are grappling with the stubborn challenge of unemployment in this country. Our strategy as the new department with the expanded mandate to include employment includes leveraging existing resources and programs, particularly the labor activation program and the TERS, to both preserve and create jobs, and then to collaborate with the partners with the view to impacting structural employment in the country. So the LAPS has been revamped to provide the demand-led training with the real jobs at the end of the process. So the program you are referring to, that we've just launched in Durban, partnering with Fuse Institute for Humanitarian Praxis, is a case in point, with trainees guaranteed employment in the end of their training. So the big issue is that government needs to partner, collaborate, create networks, and utilize existing resources effectively in order to mitigate unemployment. Hence, we are working with the national departments and the provincial departments in these projects. We intend going deep into the other provinces. On the second issue, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, thanks to Honorable Maisela, the South African Constitution and the labor legislation provides the labor rights and protections to all the workers irrespective of the country of origin. So we must start by condemning unequivocally the efforts of populist politicians to whip up xenophobic sentiment with unlawful inspections and intimidation of the people in the workplace and the community. This is rank opportunism and it is also dangerous. So we must unite in condemning the violent operation, the violent Dudula campaign against the non-nationals, and SAPS must do their work to apprehend criminals and protect all the people. All I'm doing in terms of the national labor policy, which we've released for public comment, I invite all interested parties to engage with the policy and to provide feedback in the 90 days allowed for public comment. And we have researched this, Deputy Chairperson, extensively and benchmarked internationally in search of the policy which is based on
Honorable Nesi, Deputy Speaker thinks you have exceeded your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you very much. Minister Chrissy.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Let me start by thanking Honourable Khadebe for raising the international agreement that was reached to set up a legally binding treaty to prevent plastic pollution. And let me assure the House that the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment stands ready to actively play our part, not only in participating in the International Negotiating Committee that has been set up to plan and implement this legally binding instrument, but also domestically within our country, where we are already working together with municipalities to prevent plastic from leaking into the environment, and with Plastics SA and the Consumer Goods Council to ensure that we review the life cycle of plastic production. We look at ways to enhance recycling in production, and we also ensure that the extended producer responsibility schemes that cover packaging and plastic really work to introducing an efficient recycling system for plastics in our country. Let me also give acknowledgement to the statement that was made with regard to the diesel spill in the Free State. And I would want to assure honourable members that myself, together with Minister Pravin Gordhan and Minister Senzo Mkuno, have been working hard on this matter. And we have teams currently at Mafube municipality who are working on the issue of pollution of the water resources, together with the company Spiltech that Transnet has employed to do the cleanup. And we will not rest until we are sure that all the pollution has been cleaned up and that the water supply is safe for drinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Pasha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity to respond. Thank you. I hope I'm audible, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
You are.
Thank you very much. In response to the Honorable Member of the DA, I want to start by acknowledging that there is basically no argument about the fact that many of our public health facilities are functioning not in the best of condition, but there are many factors which can explain that. Firstly, the public health service has been chronically underfunded for many years, decades that public health has been underfunded from the fiscus. And this has made even worse over the last 3 to 5 years with the fiscus under stress, with budget cuts, which also includes in the health sector. We also know that because of the disparities in terms of the distribution of health resources, although the public health looks after 85% of the population, it shares only just under 50% of the total GDP spent on health, when the other 50% is spent by private health only to 15% of the population. The public health also faces a huge burden of services due to the quadruple burden of disease, understaffing, again due to budget constraints, And in some cases, we acknowledge that some of the facilities have poor management. We are working very hard with the National Health Council, within the National Health Council, with all the 9 provinces, to have a coordinated program of working with our provinces to make sure that we can address these issues through a program which we call addressing the non-negotiable, the basics, which will really improve our health capacity. And we're very grateful that in the budget speech on the 23rd of February, the Minister of Finance did listen to some of our pleas in starting to reduce, to address some of the underfunding. As you would remember, honorable members, that the Minister made an announcement that there will be an additional 15.6 billion rand as part of the equitable share to provinces to address some of these shortcomings. Just a little bit of assistance, not really going the full distance, but also additional funding for interns. So we'll continue to work with our provinces to address the non-negotiables and make sure that actually the performance of the healthcare service, public health service, can improve. But we also call upon members of the House, especially the National Assembly, to please support the bill which is now with the committee, which is the National Health Insurance, because it's meant to break this inequity of the two-tiered system with the public health suffering as a result. The second matter, which was raised by a member of the EFF about the difficulties in oversight in KZN, we will take up this matter with our colleagues in the province so that there can be a coordinated way in which members of parliament can be able to access health facilities with a proper arrangement in that regard, so that both sides can actually be able to do their work. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Pando.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I wish to welcome the statement made by Comrade Faiz Jacobs, Honorable Jacobs, concerning the Amnesty International report on the crimes of apartheid committed by the State of Israel against the people of Palestine. The report is an extremely well-researched report which has gathered immense amounts of data that illustrate the manner in which the practices of Israel emulate in the greatest degree possible the conduct of the apartheid state against the majority of the citizens of South Africa during the era of apartheid. It is thus a report that must be taken extremely seriously, and we hope that the international community, with its current interest in sovereignty and territorial integrity, will take this report extremely seriously and intensify their support for the struggle for self-determination of the people of Palestine. The report should be studied by all the members of parliament to really look at the manner in which the people of Palestine enjoy no access to human rights, are denied legal land ownership, and are consistently treated as less than human. It is vital that we do take an interest, and we therefore are very glad that the government and people of South Africa have for many decades stood side by side with the people of Palestine, and we will continue this international solidarity until the people of Palestine achieve their freedom. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Godon.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker and honorable members. Let me in the first instance thank Honorable Briet for raising the issue of fuel theft and the impact that it has on the water system. And I want to add to what Minister Creasy said earlier on, that once she was informed about this issue, I called the CEO of Transnet, Ms. Darby, who immediately asked the head of Transnet Pipelines, Ms. Michelle Phillips, to look into the Free State issue. And there were then contractors on site. The flow into the Vaal River of fuel, at that time it was diesel, was contained. And the suction of the fuel from the system was also executed very efficiently. There has been a further development in relation to the town of Frankfurt. And here again, Ms. Phillips is on site. She has been meeting farmers in Mpumalanga and will also visit the treatment plant in order to establish what are some of the issues here. But the bottom line, Deputy Speaker, is that the theft of fuel from the pipeline, which extends to about 3,000 kilometers across the country, is a serious threat to, firstly, adjoining communities, secondly, the environment, thirdly, the water system, and fourthly, obviously, those who are supposed to be receiving the fuel through the pipeline itself. Whilst Transnet has taken every possible measure to secure the pipeline, it's the law enforcement agencies that need to come to the party more actively to identify the syndicates that are actually involved, because there must be syndicates that are executing these grand thefts, and they should be called to book and behind bars as quickly as possible. So we want to compliment Transnet for its rapid response, and to all the colleagues across political lines who've been of great assistance in detecting the problem, informing us of the problem, and enabling us to work with them to solve some of the issues that have actually arisen. It will be good if we can now get the syndicates, as I said earlier on, to be apprehended, and for this kind of theft and damage to infrastructure to be contained. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Kubai. Honorable Mutsualedi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wish to respond to the issues raised by the member of NFP about what's going on in the townships. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on Sunday, I wrote an article in City Press where I was rejecting the notion that South Africans are driven by xenophobia, because I showed that this is a battle of economic survival by the poor, old, and vulnerable. I went further to show that in the 80s, when 80% of the gold of the world was produced in South Africa, we had people from all over the continent gravitating on South Africa to work in the mines and settling in the townships. There was no war against them, because the war of economic survival was not necessary. And I went on to show that in our institutions, our hospitals, universities, financial institutions, we have got lots of people from other countries, especially from the continent. Some of them are even heads of our institutions. Nobody is fighting them simply because they come from other countries. But the battle is raging in the townships among the poorest of the poor, because they are fighting for economic survival. So I'm happy that Minister Nisi has outlined steps which are going to try and lower this competition that is going on there. And furthermore, Chairperson, the last sentence on the article I posted was that some of these issues have to do with bylaws. It is global practice anywhere in the world that when you establish a spaza shop or any business, you must be licensed by the local authority. Here in South Africa, our municipalities are not. And I'm not talking about foreign nationals. Any spaza shop, whether you are a South African or you are a non-South African, if you establish a spaza shop, it must be licensed and everybody must know about its existence. It must register for tax. And this I did write to SALCA some 2 years back to ask them, and in the article I'm saying, municipalities must please implement bylaws without fear or favor, because some of these problems will not be as worse as they are. How do you open a spaza shop and stay in the same shop, eat in the same shop, sleep in the same shop, and hold the church service in the same shop without the local authority raising eyebrows? And we want all these issues to be resolved. Lastly, Chairperson, there was a mention here about the Border Management Authority, and I've also outlined in the article how the Border Management Authority is going to make sure that people who come here don't come illegally. They come through the normal border gates where they'll be documented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Delil.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Speaker and Honorable members. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Graham Murray is correct that this project was advertised in 2013. It was awarded in 2014 in April to a construction company called Liber Construction for 30 months to implement the project. Liber Construction faced numerous challenges, including cash flow problems, labor disruption, supply of material. And then to assist the company, Public Works then approved an assignment agreement between Liber Construction and Transtruct Pty Limited to assist them. Then again, Transtruct canceled the contract in June of 2021 and left. And then thereafter, Minister Mteto, myself had several meetings, and we agreed to devolve the function to DSEC to plan and execute the project. We have signed a memorandum of agreement on the 1st of February, and I'm meeting with the minister again tomorrow so that we can start the implementation and the handover of the site to DSEC. So that is the problems that has happened over many, many years at this project. And hopefully now DSEC will be able to lead and to complete this project. And I think we owe an apology to the people of South Africa. This is part of our legacy. This is part of our history. And we must certainly make sure that at all times that we honor and respect our history. And we are working very hard with the Department of DSEC to try and complete the Sarah Bartmann legacy project as soon as possible. I thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Speaker, sorry.
Thank you very much, Ministers. 100% response to member questions. We appreciate that. That concludes ministerial responses. We've done 7 of them. The next item on the order paper is a debate on an urgent matter of national public importance in terms of Rule 130 in the name of the leader. Kutheni libanga umsindo sithetha ningenwe yini kanti? It's in the name of the leader of the opposition on the impact of Russian Federation's what's called invasion of Ukraine on the South African economy. I'll now recognize the leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, honorable members. The world is facing its biggest threat of war in over 80 years. A tyrannical aggressor with a finger on a nuclear button has invaded a far less powerful neighbor and is shelling civilian targets as we speak. Over 2 million Ukrainians have become overnight refugees as their homes and their hospitals have been bombed to rubble. President Vladimir Putin is acting with the impunity of a despot with nothing to lose. Let us be very clear. There is no moral ambiguity here. Regardless of the political history of the region or decades of tension between East and West, Russia has committed an unjustifiable act of war. Every world leader with a moral conscience has condemned it and called on Russia to withdraw, but not South Africa's President Ramaphosa. Under a shameful veneer of neutrality, the ANC government has effectively pledged its tacit support for Putin's imperial march to restore his lost empire. And I'm not only talking about the shameful abstention in the United Nations vote. When ANC ministers attend a cocktail function glorifying the might of the Russian army on the very day of the invasion, you don't have to read between the lines. When a lone call from Durko for Russia to withdraw its troops is hastily retracted and the minister admonished, you don't have to read between the lines. And when our president calls Putin between the middle of his invasion, pledging to strengthen bilateral support for him while the rest of the world isolates him, you don't have to read between the lines. To the astonishment of the world, the very same ANC that relied on global solidarity to fight oppression has now openly sided with the oppressor. It has picked the wrong side of history, and it has dragged 60 million South Africans along with it. And why? Is it because Russia once supported South Africa's liberation struggle? But that wasn't Russia, it was the Soviet Union. And that solidarity included Ukraine, the very country being attacked. This was also a long time ago, and at what stage does Russia's recent actions cancel out that historical goodwill? Is it then because it's in our country's economic interests? And I can assure you it's not that either. Russia is only our 38th largest trading partner, accounting for around 0.5% of our exports and our imports. That's less than 1.4% of our trade with NATO countries. And yet we shun our own economic partners in favor of a global pariah. But if it's not in South Africa's interests, then whose interests is it in? And to answer that, you only need to look at Russia's expansion into Africa through its so-called elite capture, where pliable leaders are ensnared in long-term patronage schemes. 15 African countries currently have Russian-financed nuclear deals, and many more locked into Russian security contracts. Also consider that a businessman close to Putin tried to run a disinformation campaign in the 2019 election to favor the ANC, and that the ANC's largest donor last year was a Putin-backed oligarch. When you connect these dots, the full picture of why the ANC support for Russia starts to emerge. Now, there are some who say that this is not our war to become involved in, but that is simply not true. We may be 9,000 kilometers away, but we will soon feel its effect in every single aspect of South African life. When the oil price skyrockets through to 30 to 40 rand, as it's been predicted, this will be our war too. When diesel becomes so expensive that Eskom can no longer burn its turbines, and when the lights go out, they stay out, this will be our war too. When the spiraling cost of importing and transporting food is passed on to consumers who already struggle to make ends meet and feed their families, and we see a large increase in malnutrition, this will be our war too. And when all of this food and insecurity and inflation results in a breakdown of law and order that will make last year's July riots look like child play, this will be our war too. We are already involved, and there is no such thing as a neutral position. As the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu famously said, when you choose the side of the oppressor in situations of, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you've chosen the side of the oppressor. Countries that choose the wrong side of history will live with this tag for generations to come. It shouldn't be the hard thing to do, to put country ahead of party and to do the right thing. Honorable members, the ANC does not speak for South Africa on this, and it certainly doesn't speak for the DA. We condemn Russia's illegal invasion in the strongest terms, and we stand firmly with the people of Ukraine. And I urge President Ramaphosa to rethink the position of his government. Think of the plight of the Ukraine. Think of South Africa's place in the world, and think about what this war is going to mean for all of us as South Africans. Choose peace, condemn Russia. Thank you.
The line.
Thank you. Honorable the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Mashiko Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to our Chief Whip, ministers who are present here, honorable members. After the democratic election in 1994, South Africa ceased to be the parade of the world. It regained its rightful place in Africa, in the United Nations, and in the family of nations. We emerge as a democratic country into a fundamental transformed world. The development of South Africa's post-apartheid foreign policy is guided by the 7 principles, which are a belief in human rights which extend beyond the political, embracing the economy, social and environmental issues. A belief that just and lasting solution to the problem of humankind can only come through the promotion of democracy worldwide. A belief that justice and international law should guide the relations between the nations. A belief that international peace in the goal to which all nations should strive, where this breakdown, internationally agreed peace mechanism to solve conflict should be resorted to. A belief that our foreign policy should reflect the interests of the continent of Africa. A belief that South African economic development depend on growing regions and international economic cooperation in an independent world. A belief that our foreign relations must mirror our deep commitment, the consolidation of democracy, democratic South Africa. Deputy Speaker, South Africa's approach on the Russian-Ukraine matters has been based on the following key principles, which in turn are based on the foreign policy, to expressing deep concern at the violation of the UN Charter and international law, the loss of life, the humanitarian impact, and the forced displacement of people as a result of war in Ukraine. Recognizing the armed conflict would no doubt result in human suffering and destruction, the effect of which will not only affect Ukraine, but also reverberate across the world. No country is immune to the effect of this conflict. As the UN Secretary General has indicated, the conflict will have a huge impact on the global economy in a moment when we are emerging from COVID-19 pandemic, and so many developing countries absolutely need to have space for recovery. South Africa emphasizes respect to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. On the 9th of September 2021, BRICS leaders have expressed concern at the continuing conflict and violence in the different parts of the world. The BRICS leaders reaffirmed their commitment to the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of states and reiterated that all conflicts must be resolved by peace means and through political and diplomatic effort in line with the international law, that is the UN Charter. Deputy Speaker, as a nation built through negotiation, South Africa is always appreciative of the potential dialogue has in averting a crisis and de-escalating conflict. In line with our strong commitment to the peace resolution of conflict, South Africa urges all parties to devote increased effort to diplomacy and to find a solution that will help avert further escalation. The door of diplomacy should never be closed even as conflict has broken out. South Africa urges all parties to approach the situation in a spirit of compromise, with all sides respecting international law. Peaceful resolution of the matters can
on a point of
achieved
order.
by
Deputy
all
Speaker.
parties
Deputy
in
Speaker.
diplomatic
Honorable
efforts.
members,
Deputy Speaker.
respect the order. No, can you please not do that? You are interrupting the speaker. It is irresponsible and it's not okay. Please finish your remarks, madam.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. South Africa urges all parties to approach the situation in a spirit of compromise, with all sides respecting international law. Peaceful resolution of matter can be achieved by all parties if diplomatic efforts to find a solution to the concern raised expressed by Russia resume. Currently, it is critical for all parties to uphold and protect human rights and abide by their obligation in terms of international law and international humanitarian law. South Africa continues to support and encourage regional initiatives such as the Minsk Agreement, and we welcome the work of the Normandy format, the Trilateral Contact Group, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. South Africa supports the involvement of the good offices of the UN Secretary General, as it could also make a positive contribution in finding a lasting solution to this conflict. In the search of peace, South Africa supports the resolution process of inclusive talk led by the United Nations Security Council to address all the issues of concern to any of these parties. Deputy Speaker, noting that international action must create an environment conducive for diplomacy, dialogue, and mediation. Greater attention must be paid to bringing the sides closer to dialogue and not to take them further apart. The international community should support engagement between the parties in a spirit of compromise while de-escalating tensions, committing them to the cessation of hostilities and building trust and confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, members of parliament, as government of South Africa, we urge all South Africans not to take side on the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, as this could go against our principle. In addition, South Africa has a good bilateral relation in the both countries. I thank you.
Honorable members, honorable member, you are making noise there. You are out of order. Yes, I'm pointing out at you. You are disruptive, sir, and you've been repeating it. It is out of order. You want your members to be listened to, okay? So please behave, man. Just let your members speak because you want them listened to. You too. Otherwise, that's the best way to improve your argument, not by screaming. It's no argument screaming. Go ahead, Honorable Bartmann, and appeal to them to listen to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This did not start last month. I've been pushing Durko and the ministers before to take an active and productive opportunity in using their proximity to President Putin to try and persuade him first from occupying the Crimean Peninsula, then from building up military on the borders of Ukraine, and from handing out passports to create instability and friction as per the Georgian script a decade ago. I was not asking South Africa to take sides. I was rather tending them to clean their tarnished and embarrassing world image that has not shone since the Madiba Magic days. Having witnessed the ANC executive catch the ball, pass it, fumble it, and then throw it off sides, and then bench their minister who spoke sense, Durko, the one stable ship of foreign embarrassments, then ran on the field to join government, scoring an own goal at the UN General Assembly, took away our last ounce of credibility as defenders of any form of human rights, with our hypocritical but damagingly loyal excuse for a policy. A week before the Russian invasion, whilst no one believed Russia would unnecessarily invade Ukraine, embassies still proactively made evacuation plans for their citizens. Some of these included pre-evacuation emergency travel documents and emergency contacts. Contrast this to our embassy that abandoned passports and visas applications when taking themselves to safety. A group of us who had worked together under different DIRCO leadership in repatriating South Africans back during COVID got together to immediately assist in the evacuation of around 200 South Africans, mainly students stranded in the war-torn areas of Ukraine. As the names were being put on the group, the ambassador put politics ahead of South Africa, threatening the group that if my name was not removed, he would remove himself. He then went on to treat the group admin volunteers like his own secretaries and only took the info but withheld crucial information that could assist. Furthermore, DIRCO WhatsApps would tell people to stay put. They would say that there is no war, that it is a military operation, and that they cannot get emergency travel documents because these are only issued in exceptional circumstances. Thankfully, the volunteers, headed by Lorraine Blow and Kim Kerr, continued to pull people over their borders thanks to the embassies, foreign embassies, and committed DIRCO heroes, and South Africans being South Africans. DIRCO boasts about their flights, but somehow did not know that people could fly testing positive once recovered from COVID-19. So they still ended up having to assist there too, and with the ones that DIRCO still referred to them. The situation could be helped immediately if stranded Ukrainians with families in South Africa had a visa-free right of passage for at least 6 months, reviewed annually, and if we instructed our embassies in surrounding countries to assist our citizens with emergency travel documents to travel home. Come on, ministers, save face, put your people first and put principle above loyalty. This is war. It does affect South Africa, and your voice must protect our pockets. Thank you.
Honorable Shivambo. Honorable Shivambo.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We state here on behalf of the anti-imperialist and anti-colonial economic emancipation movement that there is absolutely nothing wrong with the Russian Federation's preventing the military expansion of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, which is trying to expand its presence towards the borders of the Russian Federation, particularly because NATO is historically known for starting and engaging in neo-colonial and imperialist wars that are aimed at illegally removing government. Enforcement of a so-called no-fly zone in Libya led to the killing of brother leader Muammar Gaddafi and was aimed at pillaging and stealing the gold reserve, currency reserve for the African continent. We will never forgive NATO for the killing of brother leader Muammar Gaddafi.
Honorable Shivambo, maybe you want to switch off your video to improve your bandwidth and so on. Do that. Your reception is pretty bad, yeah. Please go ahead. Honorable members, your job today is to listen, please. And this is your debate.
We will never forgive NATO for the killing of brother leader Muammar Gaddafi, and we'll never forget that this war alliance of NATO destroyed Libya, which was one of the very few economically sovereign countries in the African continent. Now, South Africa's relationship with the Russian Federation is rooted in true bonds of libertarian brotherhood. At the core of the Soviet Union was the Russian Federation, and anyone who argues otherwise is being dishonest. The USSR and Russia in particular dedicated military, political, and ideological resources in the struggle against colonialism and apartheid in South Africa. After the Sharpeville massacre on 21st of March 1960, the Soviet Union was among the first to cut all diplomatic relations with apartheid South Africa. It was essentially the Soviet Union working with the Cuban and Vietnam forces that provided military assistance in the Battle of Quito, the apartheid criminals to negotiate transition in South Africa. The Soviet Union and Russian Federation are not peacetime friends of South Africa, but true friends who must never be abandoned, irrespective of imperialist-sponsored master narratives about the military operations in Ukraine, which are essentially and emphatically aimed at preventing imperialist military expansion in Eastern Europe. South Africa is a member of the BRICS bloc of emerging economies, which essentially gives South Africa's economy access to a market of more than 3 billion people in the world and to more than 32% of the world economy. Our country must never distance itself from BRICS in favor of the erstwhile colonial and neo-colonial masters whose interests are ruthless exploitation of our natural resources. South Africa must not cut its economic relations with the Russian Federation and must instead deepen, broaden, and strengthen our economic, social, and political relations with the Russian Federation, and of course with all BRIC countries. The Russian Federation, like all BRIC countries of Brazil, China, and India, have no colonial and they've got no neo-colonial aspirations, but are instead committed to global peace, stability, and collective prosperity. In the immediate, the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority, SAPRA, must authorize Sputnik V vaccines, and all other relationships must be strengthened so that we have got access to Sputnik V vaccines here in South Africa. And all parts of the progressive world must treat the West isolation of Russia as an opportunity to transition to a new world as an European imperialism and colonialism. Now, in terms of the background, Chairperson, is that the outcomes of the Second World War was, one, the formation of the United Nations, but the colonial masters led by the US and the UK started a war alliance. NATO is a war alliance which is trying to expand its military bases towards Eastern Europe. The United States of America has currently more than 79 of those are in the African continent, including in Botswana, where we have the Africa Command Center. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with the military operations that are taking place in Ukraine to prevent the expansion of NATO, because we know of their sins and what they have done to destroy many parts of the world of overthrowing governments. We stand as the EFF to reaffirm that the relationship that has been built through blood and common purpose against colonialism and apartheid must be strengthened through properly defined and deepened economic relationships. We must never fall victim to NATO alliance as a peaceful alliance and any other person or any other national territory as a criminal alliance. We stand as the EFF to reaffirm that our relationship with Russia must never be discontinued. We should, on the contrary, strengthen that relationship because it is based on common prosperity and anti-imperialism. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah. Honorable Sengwa.
Honorable members, the world finds itself yet again on the brink of economic collapse, hot on the heels of a 2-year-long COVID-19 crisis, which has altered the course of humanity. The socio-economic and socio-political climate is fragile, in need of recovery and newness. Add to this now the latest international crisis in the form of an unequivocally unnecessary invasion of Ukraine by Russia. It is fast escalating into an international humanitarian crisis on top of what the international community is already confronted with in various parts of the world as we grapple with COVID-19 and its after effects, notwithstanding ongoing wars, global terror, and displacement of people. Therefore, at the outset, we must call out Russia on its wrongness. The invasion of Ukraine and the current war is wrong and in total violation of every international statute and protocol in existence or imaginable. The basics are this: Ukraine is a sovereign state in the international community of nations. It has a right to determine its own national interest, and Russia has no right in law or in principle to impose itself on Ukraine nor to determine an agenda for Ukraine. Oppression, dictatorship, and repression must be rejected wherever they manifest themselves in the world. To be pro-Ukraine does not presuppose that one is anti-Russia, nor should being pro-Russia make one anti-Ukraine. Furthermore, those who are friends of Russia are dishonest friends and unworthy of the name if they fail to be frank and call Russia to order and denounce its war-centric attitude towards Ukraine. The hallmark of friendship is honesty and the ability to tell our friends when they are wrong. Thus, the South African government has failed dismally in its attempt to be a voice of reason, freedom, and democracy when it chooses to be half pregnant, being neither fish nor fowl on this glaring violation of human rights and international protocols. Neutrality in a war advances the agenda of the aggressor, in this case, Russia. Russia's own reservations about NATO notwithstanding, it must understand that you don't start a war to prevent a war. Therefore, we must reject the invasion and the war, and Russia must pull out of Ukraine. The United Nations must appoint a special envoy as a matter of urgency to mediate the situation, provided Russia pulls out of Ukraine, and defense, military, and humanitarian assistance must be afforded to Ukraine. Europe must itself be called out for its racism and how it has handled the refugee crisis flowing out of Ukraine. The blatant discrimination towards African and Black nationals has called into serious question the bona fides of the human rights assistance and humanitarian assistance being meted out. Racism must be rejected, especially in a war. If we are committed to justice and democracy, then we must reject this irrational, erratic, and egotistic Putin paranoia-driven war, as we equally reject the one China policy, which oppresses the Taiwanese and Tibetan people, and we must hold true to the principle of a two-state solution in the Israeli-Palestine conflict and reject any human rights violations on both sides. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we must be unwavering in our efforts towards global peace and accept that peace is an act of humanity, not ideology. The loss of life anyway is a loss for humanity, not ideology. Any ideological or political discourse that thrives on and results in war, loss of life, and violence must be rejected, and every effort must be made to bring about peace. The international community must uphold the sovereignty of each state to determine its own suffrage. In conclusion, the international community does not need another war or a distraction. We need global efforts towards economic recovery, development, and growth, and to push back on the frontiers of global poverty, inequality, and unemployment. The Putin madness is an unnecessary
Honorable Member, now your time has expired.
Obligation, and therefore
Honorable
this must be rejected with the strongest possible terms and continue.
Honorable Member, your time has expired. Don't stretch it. Honorable Groenewald.
Geachte adjunct speaker, there must be no doubt that each and every person in South Africa is affected by the war in Ukraine. The subject for discussion this day is what is the economic influence and effect in South Africa in terms of the war in the Ukraine. And why do I say that each and every person is affected by that? It is because you have to eat to live. If you go and look what the statistics reveal, we will find and see that 30% of the wheat consumption in South Africa is imported from the Ukraine. That means, and that is the projection, that since 24th of January, if you project it over a year to year, wheat prices will increase with 27%. White maize will increase with 20%. Yellow maize with 21%. That is then no wonder that certain bakeries already announced that there will be a sharp increase in the price of bread because of the war in the Ukraine. And to get to a situation where you think that it doesn't influence you as a citizen or as a person in South Africa because it's far away, then you are misleading yourself. And then I didn't even talk about the influence of fuel prices, the agricultural sector, fertilizers. So in the next season, where farmers are preparing for wheat to plant, they're going to pay a dear price because of this war in Ukraine. And then, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to say to the ANC that if you think that just because of the support in your struggle days, that you have to look and be in favor of your friend, I want to say to you, you are failing the people of South Africa. A true friend will appreciate sharp criticism if they deserve it. And I think the ANC must ask itself, in the fact that they don't want to condemn in strong terms the war in the Ukraine, the fact that they did not support the resolution of the United Nations, how does Russia see you? Do they see you as a friend or as a useful idiot? That is the fact. En ek wil dit baie duidelik stel. Daar moet geen onduidelikheid wees nie. As 'n land sy tanks en sy troepe instuur in 'n ander land, dan is jy die aggressor. Maak nie saak wat se argumente jy wil gebruik om te sê dat jy dit gedoen het nie. Daar is geen regverdiging nie. En daarom sê die Vryheidsfront Plus dat die inval van Rusland in die Oekraïne moet ten sterkste veroordeel word. And I said it before, the real victims of war are the women and the children, and we see that. I thank you.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, what's the point of order?
Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I wanted to raise point of order on the member on the podium because he's misleading the House. He says that only Ukraine supplies 30% of wheat. It's not true. It's both Russia and Ukraine. He must not mislead the House.
Honorable member, that's not a point of order, that's a debating point. Ndadem Rudy.
The ACDP was one of the first parties that called on Russia to withdraw their forces from Ukraine so that dialogue, negotiations, and diplomacy can take place free from violence. Russia's invasion of Ukraine we are debating today is very unfortunate and should not have happened. The stubbornness of political leaders who negotiate in bad faith has resulted in what potentially might descend into Third World War, given that Russia has reportedly requested military and technical assistance from China, while the US, on the other hand, has warned China of serious consequences if she gives assistance to Russia. This is a clear indication that the Russia-Ukraine conflict is not an easy matter that can be resolved by just condemning one side against the other. King Solomon once said, and I quote, "The first one to plead his case seems right until another comes and cross-examines him," close quote. This simply means that we must listen to both sides of the story in any conflict before we pass judgment, which would be skewed and might even exonerate the guilty party. The ACDP does not agree with President Ramaphosa's approach to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. According to media reports, President Ramaphosa has discussed the conflict with Russian President Vladimir Putin, but has not discussed the same conflict with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The ACDP would like to know why President Ramaphosa is not calling President Zelensky just as he called President Putin. He should prevail on both leaders to allow mediation process to end this conflict that is affecting South Africa's economy directly. What affects Ukraine affects Europe, Africa, and the rest of the world. The economies of emerging markets like South Africa are badly hit hard. Rolling blackouts, the legacy of COVID lockdowns, corruption, and poor service delivery have put South Africa in a worse financial position than the one we faced during the global meltdown of 2008. Investor chief economist is also concerned and is saying that the war between Russia and Ukraine, coupled with continued load shedding and the slow implementation of structural reforms, could cause South Africa's economic growth 0.2% this year. Honorable members, the ACDP repeats its call on Russia and Ukraine to allow peaceful mediation to take place, because we are affected negatively by this war. We want peace and not war. And I call on our members to allow both sides and encourage both sides to meet and negotiate rather than stand on grandstands and condemn one against the other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, the tension between the NATO countries and Russia is well documented. What the recent invasion of Ukraine has exposed is that the United Nations has become a mere talk shop and is a toothless body with no leadership. Nothing stopped the UN leadership to have met with two parties to resolve the situation before it escalated to war. The UN has failed the Ukrainian people and the Russians who are not in favor of this incursion. Many countries struggle with the challenge of refugees. And even here in South Africa, we find displaced Africans from war-ravaged countries. None of these countries find real support from the UN in terms of housing millions of refugees, never mind feeding them. South Africa and other member states pump membership monies into the UN, but it seems to be funding the bureaucrats in New York. And that money does not benefit the member states in other ways. Finally, South Africa is a shining example of negotiating to resolve conflict. And we have replicated that recipe for other conflict scenarios. The UN could learn a few tricks from our example. However, use of force in order to achieve a political objective must be condemned in the strongest terms. Finally, we need to agree as South Africans on what is our national interest out there. Otherwise, we will be victims of these superpowers. Ayikho kaloku into yoba ngoku sizoba ngooFather Christmas. Uxa kukhona i-conflict, ubizwe thina sithumela amajoni ethu phaa awufa kwezi ndawo. But xa kufuneka ngoku kuthiwe make sinikwe ke si-investe kwezo ndawo, ufumanisa uba ngoku ngena kwayezi superpowers. Iyadika le nto mani, make sibe siyixoxe le national interest.
ATM. Is the ATM present? Abek. Good, Honorable Huron.
Deputy Speaker, the global economic impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been described by the President of the World Bank as catastrophic. It is a crushing blow to South Africa. We were depending on a resurgent global economy to mitigate the disaster of state capture and to stimulate post-pandemic recovery. We desperately need this recovery. Millions of unemployed South Africans will remain trapped in poverty for as long as our economy fails to grow by at least 3% per annum. Rising commodity prices may well be an outcome of this war and may advantage some sectors of our economy, but equally rising oil prices will be disastrous. Before Putin's invasion, we were predicting our economy would grow by 1.8% this year. But oil prices, which have already doubled in the last 6 months, could trim a full percentage point off this projected growth, which is a devastating setback. But what can we do about it? President Ramaphosa recently indicated that in the course of a discussion with his Russian counterpart, the subject of South Africa playing a role as a mediator was raised. And this is an important development. When South Africa joined BRICS, it was said that although our economy dwarfed those of our BRICS partners, our experience of managing our transformation from apartheid to democracy was of immense global value. This unique capital has already enabled South Africa to contribute to settling conflicts on the other side of the world. In this regard, we can think of our role in advancing peace in Northern Ireland and brokering the Lockerbie deal. The President was himself involved in peace negotiations in Northern Ireland in the late 1990s, and we can draw important lessons from the leadership of President Mandela at this time. When South Africa was approached to mediate in the Northern Ireland conflict, former President Mandela reportedly said that our country does not intervene in the conflict in another country without being invited to do so. Mandela apparently required written requests from all the parties involved. We agree with government that the situation in Ukraine demands negotiation and compromise. We know that President Ramaphosa has spoken to President Putin, but has he also spoken to the Ukraine President Zelensky? Lesson number 2 from the Northern Ireland mediation efforts was Madiba's unequivocal insistence on a ceasefire. Applying this right now means that Russia must withdraw her troops. Deputy Speaker, we stand unequivocally for mediation and peace. We have a roadmap that we have followed once before. Are we willing to use it again? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me start off by saying any casualties in a war are the people themselves. And the National Freedom Party is of the view that a negotiated settlement would go a long way in preventing the loss of lives. But the question I want to ask today, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is this. When the people in Palestine are losing their lives, being raped and murdered, there's no cry from anybody, no passion. When the same thing happens in Syria, we hear nothing. When the same thing happens in Libya, we hear nothing. When the same thing happens in Iraq, we hear nothing. When the Ukrainians are violating the rights of other Ukrainians, particularly in the Donbass region, there's nobody crying for those people. What is the reason for that? What about India? Why is there nobody in this country raising the concerns of the Indian minorities, of the Christians and the Muslims whose rights are being violated by the Indian government? Nobody in this country is saying anything about it. Now, NATO went on and bombed many of the Russian allies. Russia could do absolutely nothing about it and stayed out of it. What did Russia say? Demilitarization. Stay away from my Russian borders. If you notice what has been happening since 1990, they are coming closer and closer and closer to the Russian border until they will make Russia so weak that Russia will have no other option but to give in to them. That is what it is all about. But who is the root cause of this whole problem? It is clearly the West and the United States of America that is the root cause of all the mayhem and chaos and destruction all over the world. Let's talk about the biological laboratories which is funded by the Pentagon in Ukraine. Where is it coming from? Why are they getting involved in those? Let's talk about the number of people that were massacred by the Ukrainians who have been detained without trial. Nobody has said anything about that as well. Okay, let's talk about the shelling of the hospitals and the schools and the massacre and the mass graves that were found in Ukraine. Nobody says anything about that. Now, what is Russia asking for? Russia is saying, stay away from my borders and stay away from me. All you have been doing, and remember, Ukraine is being used as a fool by the United States and the West, and they're falling into the trap like many other countries have fallen in the trap previously, and that's what it is all about. Currently, there is a threat to the Russian Republic as a result of them coming closer to the Russian borders, the eastern side. All Russia is saying, stay away. Do not collude with the West, because the West, we all know, have a hidden agenda. What is their agenda? To want to wipe Russia off the map as well. That is what it is all about. Now we come here and we look at one side of the story. We don't want to give an objective view. Yes, indeed, it is not good to take sides. I agree with whoever said that. But that is what we are doing here. We are forgetting about those people whose rights are being violated by the Ukrainians themselves. Why does the Ukrainians do not comply with the agreement that they've entered into? Exactly what Israel has did, that has violated every agreement that they've entered into. What about the Minsk agreement that they've entered into? What about the agreement in 1990? Why have they continuously been violating those agreements? So let us look at this in an open mind. What is really going on in Russia, Ukraine? We would agree that yes, indeed, that we need to mediate and find a peaceful solution. But you cannot find a peaceful solution when Ukraine has been running away when they've been negotiating a peaceful settlement. They've done it again and again. So that is exactly what it is all about. The National Freedom Party views this in a very serious light. Particularly, I've heard many people talking about wheat. It's time to grow your own wheat. We've got very fertile soil in this country. We don't need to rely on other countries. But the important thing is this: let us be objective. Let us be objective when we discuss an issue that affects us in this country, even though it is in the foreign soil. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Masipa.
Shake. Hypocrites of note.
Order, order.
Thank you. Mr. President, let me be clear from the onset. The decision by your ANC government that you took to support Putin's murderous campaign in Ukraine does not represent the generality of South Africans. History will record this as a moral failure on the part of the ANC government, not South Africans. It was the ANC that unashamedly abstained from condemning Russia's actions at the United Nations General Assembly. When you called Mr. Putin to express your support for his bombing campaign in Ukraine, you were doing so on behalf of the corrupt and morally bankrupt ANC. Still in the same spirit, in the spirit of Ubuntu, South Africans whose farmers who are affected by the...
Can you protect me? You're protected. Honorable members, allow the member to make his point.
South Africans in the spirit of Ubuntu, just as they did during COVID, our farmers are donating some of their fruits meant for St. Petersburg to Ukrainians that have been displaced. Honorable President, Stop your honeyed words with Putin. He is a warmonger. Mr. President, what is your government's plan to protect the poor against rising food prices and farmers against rising oil prices? Is it not time to consider suspending petrol levies, securing new markets for our farmers, and creating public-private partnership to fix the ports, to capacitate Fosco to produce more fertilizer, to fix the broken animal health institution? The DA call on the department to stop the ill-thought Agricultural Produce Amendment Act that is going to close many markets if legislated in the current format. And we ask this House to seriously consider the amendment of export credit insurance to include cover for perishable goods during unprecedented event. Honorable President, in conclusion, your own version of quiet diplomacy on Russia is making the world a dangerous place. Condemn Putin action now. We stand with Ukraine.
We
stand with Russia.
We stand with Ukraine.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable Mauma Pelo. Honorable Pem Tswete, please mute all of you.
Honorable Mahuma Pelu, you have been called to the podium. You may proceed.
Motlotlegi modulasetulo. Ya re ke dumedisa le botlhe ba ile mmalo kwa komiti khuduthamaga ya rona ya puso. Ke dumedisa le seboka sa batlotlegi botlhe ba kgotlatheo molao ya Afrika Borwa. Bagaetso re mekamekane le setataladi fa. Setataladi se ne ke re mo letsatsi la gompieno re se tote. Mme re se tota ka mokgwa o ntseng jang. One of the recent challenges we have to contend with as the sixth administration is infant political phenomenon of Steenheinism. This infant philosophy is a political residue of global imperialist onslaught on all progressive forces. One of the critical memory lapses this Steenheinism philosophy severely suffers from is saying and doing things in a total disregard of historical contexts. It is inherently anecdotal. It has no capacity to comprehend both historical and dialectical materialism. That is why the DA et al. Will seek us to debate this matter in isolation from geopolitical objective and subjective factors, which among other things will inevitably impact on South Africa, Africa and other members of BRICS and other countries we have relations with as South Africa. The Steenhuisist DA seeks nothing else but for us to unthinkingly attack, isolate, and treat President Putin as an international political skunk and a pariah of modern history. This we shall not do as the African National Congress. Our principal position is that peace among
Honorable
nations.
Mahumapelo, please
has-
wait. Honorable Faba, what you are doing is unparliamentary. You are doing something which is unparliamentary. Don't repeat that. We don't do that in the House. Proceed, Honorable Mahumapelo.
O ne ke re go tlola ka ko strateng motlatsa modula studio. Our principal position is that peace among nations has to be achieved through negotiations, no matter the protracted nature of the situation. It is the same thing the DA does in this country by wanting us to forget that they are the political infants and forever fragile and vulnerable beneficiaries of apartheid colonialism. No matter how many times they seek to change their name for expedient political relevance, which are we will forever be politically vigilant. We refuse. We are adamant and we shall never allow Steenheinism to set the agenda for the African majority. This philosophy will be fought.
Honorable Mahumapelo, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Faba.
Honorable Chair, just on a point of order. The speaker is talking about Steenhuisen. Is he speaking about the leader of the DA? Honorable John Steenhuisen? Please, Chair.
Wait. Honorable members.
Honorable Chair, if you can rule on that, please.
Yes, I will. So far, there's no Steenhuisen that is being talked about. I'll look for the meaning of Steenhuisen in the dictionary and I will come back and rule on it. Honorable members. Honorable Faba, what is it I've ruled?
Honorable Chairperson, except if my hearing is not that well, but I heard the speaker speaking about Steenhuisen.
No.
It is Honorable Steenhuisen if he speaks to Mr. Steenhuisen.
Can you take your seats? Let me respond again. No, it is not like that. Proceed, Honorable Mahumapelo.
Bothata ba ditsebe se di sa phepafadiweng sentle ke ba monkgole fa lona le bothata bo motlotlege. This philosophy will be fought, suffocated until it can breathe no more, because its defeat is the defeat of global imperialist forces that seeks to perpetuate domination over other nations, topple their democratically elected presidents, denies them their rights, including the right to life, and many others. This philosophy of Steenheinism depends and relies on twisted, exaggerated, and sometimes mega dramatic amplifications
Honorable members,
to mislead people in a continuous search for political relevance. Steenheinism, because of its short-sightedness, it will not be able to comprehend that South Africa will neither praise or condemn either Russia or Ukraine, because normalization of the situation to achieve peace has to be through protracted engagements. In addition, South Africa has made it clear that international humanitarian and human rights laws, sovereignty, etc., must form part of the basis for all and sundry to engage on a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The Steenhuisist imperial philosophy shall never be able to comprehend the intricacies and complexities brought about by NATO expansionism tendencies, which shall inevitably elicit a response accordingly from Russia. Imperial residues embedded in Steenheinism suffers from acute memory lapses, which, for instance, ignores not only the fact but the truth that Ukraine became part of Saddam governance system from as far back as 1667.
Honorable, Honorable members, before he speaks,
Honorable Chair, I would just...
before you speak, we have spoken about this room being too small. So anything you say really disturbs. We can't hear everything that the speaker on the podium is saying. Please. It's not like that big house where we can haggle the way we want. Honorable Faber, what is it?
Chairperson, I just want to make sure if Honorable Suprahasm is maybe talking about something else, as I don't understand what he's...
Honorable Faber, you are wasting our time. That's not a point of order.
They never went beyond matrical.
What we will help him with, Honorable Chairperson, is supranomics philosophy. Opportunistically, Steenheinism, imperialist et al. Philosophy seeks to instill without success in the minds of the people that they must forget that in 2014, a democratically elected president in Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych, was removed through external political influences. The Europe-influenced protests of November 2013 in the capital Kyiv against President Viktor exacerbated the situation. This was concocted and engineered only because President Viktor rejected a deal of greater economic integration with Europe. Steenheinism deliberately sidesteps the truth that France, Germany, Russia, and Ukraine
Honorable House Chair, on a point of order.
An agreement since February 20.
House Chair, Honorable Maisela, on a point of order.
Honorable Mazzoni, I can hear you. Yes, please proceed. Did you raise your hand maybe that they didn't check?
I did raise my hand. Unfortunately, I wasn't noticed, but thank you for...
Members, please, I can't hear Honorable Mazzoni, please. I will request my table staff to keep their laptops on so that the hands are seen. I'm sorry that we didn't see your hand. May you proceed with your point of order? What is it?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's 2 points. One, I'd like to know if the Honourable Mahamo-Pello is willing to take a question. And secondly, I've just checked the Oxford Dictionary and I have seen that Steenheinism stands for those who fight against tyranny and oppression.
Honourable member.
Honourable Mahamo-Pello be willing to take a question.
The second one, I'm not even going to take. That's not a point of order. The first one was saying,
if the Honourable Supra Mahamo-Pello would be willing to take a question.
Are you willing to take a question, Honourable Mahamo-Pello?
Yes, I'm willing to take a question next week, Wednesday.
Why not now?
Wednesday, 2 o'clock.
Please, let's listen to the question, please.
Well, I was saying, Chair, that I'm very much willing and capable to take the question next week, Wednesday, 3 o'clock.
Okay, thank you very much. Proceed. He's not willing, Honourable Mazzoni. Proceed, Honourable.
This philosophy.
House Chair, though, can we just have assurance that the Honourable member will actually be in
April 2014
and not in Russia getting treatment?
Honourable Mazzoni, I didn't allow you to continue speaking. What is it now? He said he's not responding to your question. You keep on talking and I didn't give you that permission. Please.
Sorry, Madam. Sorry, Madam Chair, we can't hear.
Proceed, Honourable Mazzoni. Please don't do that. If you do that again, I'll have you removed from the platform. Proceed, Honourable Mahuma-Pello.
This philosophy seeks to rob us of the truth that in April 2014, pro-Russian separatist activists resulted in self-declared People's Republics of Donetsk and Lugansk, whose demands range from self-rule to union with Russia. But because Steenheinism is inherently embedded in self-praise, it seeks to mislead people that the only right thing to do is to ignore these realities and condemn President Putin. Furthermore, Proponents of imperial residues expressed through this philosophy cannot run away from the truth that a second ceasefire agreement called Minsk II came into effect on the 15th of February 2015, and it has also not achieved much. It is therefore important, honorable members, that we should try to take effort in exposing remnants of imperial ideas affiliation embedded in this parliament by re-emphasizing the point that South Africa's position during special UN Assembly voting process on the conflict of Russia-Ukraine is not neutrality. Our position can be described as having proven our principledness.
Thank
This
you,
means
Honorable Mahuma Pelo. Thank you. Just be sure we have not taken any of your time with the point of orders. We always switch the thing off. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, I would really like to make a motivation that we give the Honourable Mamapela some more time to speak. I was really enjoying his explanation of Steenhuisenism, and I think the House could do with a good dose of it.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we are working according to the rules of this House.
You must use that time to go write this metric.
Honorable members, let's proceed and call on order. The chief whip of the majority party and the leader of the opposition allow us to proceed. Can we please proceed to Honorable Jafta?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we enter this debate at a critical time in the history of the world. Global peace is at its lowest. Food security is threatened. Climate change is on our doorstep. Protectionist policies continue to lock out emerging economies. War is now preferred over dialogue. Human rights are violated with impunity. Honorable members, I sketch out all these global challenges in order to highlight the devastating impact on the Russian invasion in Ukraine. Our views on this debate are therefore informed by our commitment to global peace, global security, to human rights, and to the national sovereignty of states. The impact of this war to South Africa, to Africa, and to the globe was well articulated yesterday by the United Nations Secretary General. In his statement, he issued a stern warning that this war, I quote, is also an assault on the world's most vulnerable people and countries, close quote. Amongst his concerns was the impact of this invasion on the global food value chain, especially because the world's 45 least developed countries import at least 1/3 of their wheat from Ukraine or Russia. We also studied reports from other international agencies and Future for South Africa, and Future for South Africa looks bleak. These are the facts we established, Honorable Chair. South Africa imports between 70% and 80% of the fertilizer used in its agriculture industry from, amongst others, Russia as the country's dominant trade partner. This means the agricultural sector will severely be affected by this war. This will in turn affect crop yield and the cost of food for consumers. As the demand for fertilizers increases, supply will be eroded. Secondly, fuel prices will continue to take a hammer. Russia is our main source of gas, coal, fuel, and oil. Load shedding will worsen as the cost of diesel increases. This will affect Eskom's emergency electricity stream supply, which largely relies on diesel and coal. Consumers will be hard hit, and the gap between the rich and the poor will be widened. Given all these challenges, the world has to unite Our stance, Honorable Chair, has always been that dialogue and negotiations between the realistic, prompt and informed by our commitment to human rights, food security, and global peace. We urge all the role players.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jafta. Thank you.
To advance the well-being of all citizens of the world. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Madisha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. People of the world have risen to condemn the killings of the poor people in Ukraine and have even committed themselves as the international community to lay down their own lives to save the remaining people of Ukraine. As we speak now, more than 2.9 million women and children, grandfathers and grandmothers have run away from their own motherland to escape the horrendous attacks from Russia. Young men and the youth are fighting to protect their own motherland. But South Africa, which has received support from the international community when South Africa fought for freedom and democracy, has basically risen to support the killers. I say they have risen to support the killers because when the people of the world came together in the General Assembly to say no to the massacres of the ordinary people, the ANC government said, please do it alone. We won't support peace. What a shame. This is extremely terrible. Now, when we come back home, we are speaking about the economic problems that we face as a country as a sequel to the problems that are happening there in Ukraine. Sanctions and other forms of punishment declared on Russia by the international community will negatively affect South Africa and all her people. For example, fuel prices, the main driver of inflation, will negatively affect every South African. 2, agricultural businesses, inter alia, SAB Miller, farms maintenance, food supply chain will be affected negatively. SWIFT, that is the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, from which Russia is now excluded, will also hit South Africa very hard. 4, whether South African government accept it or not, unemployment in South Africa will rise further. All this will, without doubt, lead to a lower GDP performance than in 2021. Even, for example, the 77 billion rand businesses South Africa has with Russia will be affected. 7, Russia's major banks have been hit with sanctions, and this will affect South Africa as well. I refer to, amongst others, VTB Bank, Bank Okritisch, OJSC, Novicom Bank, Ster Bank, etc. Now, these are the kind of problems which we are going to be faced with. And South Africa, what they have done is extremely evil. Thank you.
Honorable Nyonso.
House Chairperson, honorable members, we are again assembled here to discuss the superpower conflict over their security and spheres of influence based on the American Monroe Doctrine. In the 1960s, based on this doctrine, the United States President Kennedy forced the Russian President Khrushchev not to put any missiles or nuclear weapons in Cuba. The world at that time stood still, asking itself who will blink first. The Russians did. Today, Russia's Putin is attacking Ukraine in order to prevent Biden's America and NATO putting their weapons and nuclear missiles at its doorsteps. The PAC's long-standing foreign policy on the relations with superpowers is that we do not choose sides in their fight unless they affect Africa and humanity. It is clear that this fight will affect Africa and other poor nations of the world. In that, the fight already has ensured that the prices of oil, petrol, gas have gone sky high, and inflation has also risen. We therefore take a stand and roundly condemn both America and Russia for threatening world peace, Africa and humanity's livelihood with a third world war, which is actually a European war over their spheres of influence. The PAC therefore condemns Russia and America's abuse of power and bully tactics which affect the lives and livelihoods of especially Africa and humanity, and call on them to stop immediately the war over Ukraine and negotiate peacefully whatever differences they may have over Ukraine. As we condemn them, we cannot refrain from further observing that the Western imperialist countries like US and UK, who when they meet their match in Russia, are not as brutal and destructive as what we saw in Libya and Iraq. Finally, we call on the superpowers, including Russia and America, to do away with nuclear weapons, and the doctrinal spheres of influence between America and Russia must be abandoned. The Security Council must be reformed to remove the veto powers of the superpowers, and the continent of Africa and other continents must have permanent seats in the Security Council. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, Al-Jama generally concurs with the position that was adopted by President Ramaphosa. Al-Jama agrees with meaningful engagement. It is time now for the invasion to stop, or at least a ceasefire and human corridors to be established so that more meaningful engagement can take place. Those who stand with Israel is quiet when Israel president is implementing President Ramaphosa's meaningful negotiation. Dozens of world leaders are involved in meaningful negotiation, including Turkey, at the request of NATO and America and Germany. So what we heard from the official opposition in the House today is all thunder but no lightning. They undermine South Africa's positions, which is close to being very unpatriotic. You can't undermine a commander-in-chief, and for Al-Jama, we are already in a third world war. Al-Jama is concerned not only about the destruction of Ukraine, but about our African economies, which is directly and indirectly destroyed by the war. South Africa's economy is injured by this war. Our economy is being scuttled. The South African government and we as political parties must collectively think out of the box and not inside the box like some of our other political parties are doing, by pursuing methods in not only mending this ailing and frail economy, but also growing and expanding it in inventive ways. As a country, we should gather our energies to counter the serious situation, and we should apply desperate measures in dealing with our affairs as best as we can, so that we in our region can be economically afloat. We ask that meaningful engagement now be taken to the next level. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks.
ANC Light.
Is that Honorable Faber, please allow us to proceed. The Honorable Minister of Social Development, Minister Zulu.
Hey. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Respectfully to the House, all members of the House, first and foremost, neki kupa gore ke leboge all those members who stood here from the different political parties ba ile ba bona hore ho bohlokwa hore ba bue ka khotso ba ile ba bona hore situation e reng ko Russia le ko Ukraine ke situation e batla peace ba ile ba understand hore in order for peace to happen re tshwanetse hore ba thuse re le mmuso wa South Africa to get to that peace. Standing here, Honorable Chair, I know that there are those who have said, oh, she studied in Russia and therefore. Yes, I studied in Russia. And yes, I wouldn't have studied in Russia had I not been prosecuted and be thrown out of the borders of South Africa and find myself in the cold, not because I wanted to be there, simply because apartheid made it difficult for us. Having said that, I also want those who say so to appreciate and understand that Russia, being a country that supported us during difficult times, nothing stops us from engaging and saying, when there are challenges and problems, let us sit and talk about them. This very country that I enjoy is freedom, and many on my left who enjoy its freedom because it was delivered upon them on a silver platter. I want to tell them today that negotiations was a difficult moment for us as South Africans, and negotiations needed us to compromise, and we did. Negotiations we knew was going to bring the South Africa we have today. Therefore, Honorable Chairperson, those who speak because they want to continue to create fear amongst our people. In the past, there was Swat Khefar. Today, there's something which I think is almost like ANC Khefar. I don't know if there's anything like that. But the bottom line is this, Chairperson. We live in a country where our president, President Cyril Ramaphosa, speaks. He is your president too. President Cyril Ramaphosa, he is called upon to engage in peaceful negotiations. And the fact that some member says, did he speak to the president of Ukraine? You don't know about that. So don't talk about things you don't know. President Cyril Ramaphosa will speak to the president of Ukraine when the president avails himself to speak. Because this country called South Africa understood from the very beginning that negotiations is about two sides that are in a war or in a conflict. And in this particular case, I can assure you, honorable members, that President Cyril Ramaphosa will speak to both sides to make sure that both sides are brought to the table. What actually sometimes is surprising, Chairperson and honorable members, is that we took a decision to negotiate, and we sat with people who we never thought we would sit with. And we sat and we did the negotiations, and thank God, look at the country that we have today. So let me also indicate that we are driven to negotiations not because of anything. Those of you who are making noise, you don't know that war. You've never felt that war. You've never lived in that war. All you know is to come and sit in this house and make noises about a war that you never felt nor experienced. And Chairperson, let me also say The war that is raging, the conflict that is raging, the most people who are affected by it are the women and children. And let me say to you, honorable members, do not be one-sided about the women and children who have been affected by this conflict. And I think the honorable members from my side of the African National Congress have clearly elaborated, and I will not go into that. But what is important is this is going to affect us all, and therefore it's important for us to see where do we engage so that there can be peace. However, Chairperson, let me also indicate that we are driven by what is in the Freedom Charter, that there shall be peace and friendship, not only in South Africa, not only in Africa, but the entire world. And however, Chairperson, we are very conscious of the fact that approaching and treating the symptom of this conflict in isolation from underlying causes does not help to remedy the destabilizing situation into which we are being drawn. Instead, treating symptoms provide the opportunity for incurable cancers to spread. Coming to this particular issue that we are discussing here, we must not lose sight of the fact that we believe that the peace, friendship, and neighborliness between Russia and the Eastern Bloc countries is a matter that without undue external influences, interferences, and enticements, the countries of that region can settle between themselves. And we're not talking about one country, we are talking about all those countries. And again, Chairperson, let me tell you and the honorable members, conflicts that have been raging in the African continent itself, we have been involved in finding those solutions to those conflicts. That is why South Africa can be called beyond political parties, beyond the African National Congress. There are members that contributed to peace process in South Africa who are still being called by the world to come and assist in negotiations. So when we stand here, Chairperson, we are not standing saying things. We say the things that we say because we believe in them. When we are standing here, Chairperson, we've seen war. We don't read about it in the newspapers. We don't read about it we don't Google the war. We lived it, we felt it, we know it. And today, Chairperson, we fast forward to what is happening, and we must remind ourselves that coming out of the Second World War, the United States, the United Kingdom, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, France, Iceland, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, and Portugal formed what is called today NATO. Those who care to know, they must ask themselves the question, why was it formed? And those who want to be truthful in history, they will tell you that exactly what the other members of the African National Congress were talking about here. Russia is simply saying, and for years has been saying.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Honorable Cuthbert, please. Hey, Honorable Cuthbert, Assembly. Proceed, Honorable Kachalia.
In 1939, Winston Churchill said, "This is no war of domination or imperial aggrandizement or material gain, no war to shut out any country of its sunlight and means of progress. It is a war viewed in its inherent quality to establish on impregnable rocks the rights of the individual, and it is a war to establish and revive the stature of man." 83 years later, after valiant attempts, many in vain, to uphold international law, this is where Ukraine finds itself with Russia's invasion. Without any plausible casus belli, employing a massive use of military force against civilians and the attempted hunting down of a legitimately elected government. Lamentably, the stance by our government, tardy, contradictory, placatory, and wet, now makes us party to a 19th century playbook on imperialism, a push to establish empire by any means, however brutal and destructive, and augmented by the methods and tactics of the KGB, Honorable Zulu. As in all wars, lies abound, and the grand lie that liberal values create the basis for the conflict of civilizations chimes well with this government and its communist allied party. It is a view that resonates with our government, defined by venality in its cozy relationship with Putin. And so to those who have spoken before, to appease and apologize to those who have attempted via much whataboutery, Honorable Sheikh and Hendrickse, to absolve themselves of a clear moral obligation, we say there comes a time when we must confront the current evil with a view to establishing an international order that says never again, and that uses this moment as a benchmark to address all transgressions, many of which in the past were unfairly predicated by might and the protection of spheres of influence. To the ANC and Honorable Zulu, tardy as they are now and tardy as they and the SACP were in support for the war against Nazi Germany until Mother Russia entered the fray, and who are now complicit by virtue of an absence of a clear denunciation of Putin's imperialism, best you listen, because there comes a precipitous moment in the life of every nation that calls for courage and honor. Do the right thing. The world is watching and history will judge. Infantile references apart, from an economic perspective, South Africa exports more to Swaziland and Lesotho than to Russia. So Honorable Mahumapelo, who was fired from his province, be Putin that in your samovar and drink it. You have been schooled by Steenhuisenism, which is an ascending philosophy. Now go and do the right thing, for God's sake.
Thank you. Order, order, honorable members. Order, order, honorable members. I'm now inviting the Deputy Minister of Finance, Dr. Masonto.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, in his address to the House last week, the Finance Minister briefly remarked on the likely impact of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine on our fiscal framework and revenue estimates. Today, we elaborate on the likely impact of the conflict on our overall economy as per the aim of today's parliamentary session. Let me start by saying that we're deeply concerned by the loss of lives, the humanitarian impact, and the forced displacement of people as a result of this conflict. We also recognize the effects of the conflict, which will not only be felt in Ukraine and Russia, but across the world. We therefore reiterate the call for silencing of the guns and a return to a meaningful dialogue, negotiation, and compromises. This conflict carries with it significant risks for the global and the local economy, both of which are yet to be fully realized. The conflict will significantly intensify some of the risks that we've already highlighted in the Budget Review 2022. The following are the three main channels through which the South African economy will be impacted by this conflict. The first is the prospect of persistent supply and demand shocks and imbalances, which risks driving inflation higher and tightening financial market conditions. On the supply side, as other honorable members have already indicated, already there have been sharp increases in the price of crude oil, maize, wheat, and sunflower oil due to supply side disruptions. This is the logic of supply and demand. Where there's low supply and high demand, the prices always increase. Again, as other members have said, higher fuel prices will add to inflation, which will in turn reduce the disposable incomes of consumers at the time when they are already struggling with the negative impact of COVID-19. Local fuel prices have risen to more than 21 rand per litre for the first time ever in March. This is unprecedented and has a potential to completely disrupt our economic recovery efforts. This, Madam Speaker, makes the work that we have embarked on with the Department of Minerals, Resources and Energy to review the approach to fuel pricing an urgent exercise. We are working tirelessly to complete the work as soon as possible. We cannot make any hasty decisions, as any changes we make on fuel pricing will have a lasting impact on the industry and the broader economy. In the meantime, we encourage those industries that qualify for the diesel rebates on the fuel and on the road accident fund to apply for the facility. The adverse effects of the developments in Ukraine have not spilled over to South Africa significantly, with the rand having depreciated only by 1.3% in the wake of the conflict. The changes in the global growth outlook may impact South Africa through the outlook for our main trading partners. Current predictions indicate that the impact of the conflict will lower the overall global GDP by around 0.2% this year, but the impact on each region will vary. The second channel through which the South African economy may be impacted relates to our trade links with the rest of the world. While direct trade between South Africa and Russia, as well as between South Africa and Ukraine, is not substantial, the shock to the global trade will have an impact on the demand for exports as well as import prices. Less than 1% of South Africa's exported goods are destined for Ukraine and Russia combined. On the other hand, import flows from both countries is also less than 1%. The bulk of South Africa's exports to Russia are agricultural, mainly citrus and other fruits, while imports are dominated by copper, wheat, and agrochemicals such as fertilizer. The citrus industry exports approximately 7 to 10% of the South Africa's production to Russia. As such, the consequence of the conflict and the sanctions on Russia may pose some risks to the delivery and payment of these volumes. I understand that the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is working with the industry to consider alternative markets should the conflict persist. Despite the identified risks, there's potential improvements in South Africa's export commodity performance to fill in the demand for primary commodities. This could continue supporting the mining sector and our public finances. We expect that the rally in export commodity prices will provide added support to the local mining sector. Gold prices have surged globally, rising to their highest prices in a year, mainly due to metal status as safe haven asset. Because during this crisis, usually investors prefer to invest in safe assets such as gold. We've also seen a resurgence in palladium and rhodium prices supported by the easing of the supply shortages that hit the automotive industry in 2020 and 2021. The third channel through which South Africa could be affected is via the financial links. Madam Speaker, although we are concerned about the impact of the conflict on capital flows into the South African economy, our trade and financial links with both nations are relatively small. This is expected to provide consideration insulation against the trade and financial shocks caused by the ongoing conflict. Although South Africa's sovereign risk is likely to increase, the potential depreciation in the domestic currency is expected to boost our export and contribute towards improvement in the current accounts. The economic consequences will be severe for Ukraine and Russia and significant for Europe. But unless there's a serious escalation, the effects on the US, China, and most of the emerging world will be limited. With the situation still developing and fraught with uncertainty, it's not easy at this stage, Honorable Madam Speaker and honorable members, to fully quantify the potential impact of the conflict. What we can do in the meantime is to protect ourselves from this external uncertainty by maintaining a balanced framework we propose in the budget. Madam Speaker, it is prudent for me to emphasize what President Cyril Ramaphosa has already said, that any resolution to the conflict and the resulting peace agreements must be grounded in diplomacy, dialogue, and mediation. Our approach is rooted in Article 4 of the United Nations, which reads, in part, open quote, parties to any disputes, the continuance of which is likely to endanger the maintenance of international peace and security, shall first seek a solution by negotiation, inquiry, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, judicial settlement, resort to regional agencies or arrangements or other peaceful means of their own choice, close quote. We fully support this principle and stand ready to support the process of reaching a peaceful end to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. I thank you Honorable Speaker and honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Before I ask the Secretary, okay. Wie praat nou? Ek is die baas. Honorable members, before we proceed to ask the Secretary to read the second order, I must just say before time that all the whips, please prepare for your members, because according to section 196(8)(a), even if you agree or not agree, you have to record your support. So as there will be declarations and all, please make sure that all your members have logged in. As we proceed, and I ask the Secretary to read the second order.
Recommendation of candidates for appointment by the President to serve as commissioners for Public Service Commission.
I will now call the Honorable James to take the podium and introduce the report. So I'll land mutang there on the line.
Oh, it's muted here.
Here on the deck. Madam Chairperson, as the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration, sorry for that, we interviewed candidates with the view to recommend them to the National Assembly and ultimately for the President of the Republic to endorse, and the same by the National Assembly. The interview took place over 2 days, on the 17th and the 18th of February 2022, as we had 17 candidates qualifying for the first phase of screening. Each candidate was required to make a presentation on a topic and thereafter to be asked skilled base and professional and management understanding of the subject matter. Sorry for my hoarse voice. The second part of the interview was on generic questions relating to the understanding of the legislation governing public service and the mandate of the Public Service Commission. Candidates for the first day had to present on a topic about good governance in relation to risk management. The topic of the next day was on understanding of recruitment and selection in relation to meritocracy and benchmarked management standards. After the interviews, we deliberated on candidates in order to select the 6 best candidates to tone down to the best 3 based on the number of panel members, with 2 candidates emerging on a tie regarding the 3rd candidate. Therefore, the chairperson of the Committee on Public Service panel, which is myself, ladies and gentlemen, had to apply a casting vote to break the tie on candidate number 3. This was because the candidates for the 3rd position had equal votes for the panel. The criteria that the panel used in order to be consistent with a constitutional and legal redressive geographical survey and entertained into looking disability, youth issues, and the foregoing following candidates made the cut. That is Ms. Zukiswa Mkolomba, who was a representative of the youth there, and Ms. Nancy Nomangwenya, who was representing people with disability, and Professor Mandla Stanley Makanya. These candidates, as I said, represented women, people with disability, youth, and professionalism. We therefore, as the ANC, urge this House to endorse these three names. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Sorry for my hoarse voice once again.
Thank you. The introduction has been made. I will now recognize political parties that wish to make a declaration. The DA.
House Chairperson. House Chairperson, Chapter 10 of the Constitution, more specifically Section 196, subsection 3 of the Constitution, places a positive obligation on all organs of state to protect and safeguard the independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness of the Public Service Commission. The organs of state that the specified section of the Constitution places this positive obligation on include, amongst others, Parliament, its parliamentary committees, more especially the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. House Chairperson, the filling of these vacancies at the Public Service Commission presented the committee with a first-rate opportunity to live up to and honor this constitutional obligation by ensuring that these vacancies, that the candidates that the committee recommends for these vacancies were those of only the best performing candidates in the interview process. Regrettably, though, House Chairperson, the committee was unable to live up to and honor this constitutional obligation as the ruling party used its majority membership in the committee to recommend candidates that it had selected prior to the interviews being conducted and concluded. We were once again, House Chairperson, as opposition parties used by the ruling party to lend legitimacy and credibility to a process, the outcomes of which the ruling party had already predetermined through its entrenched practice of cadre deployment. Interviews, House Chairperson, are probably the most telling and important aspect of any selection process, given that they enable one to look beyond a candidate's curriculum vitae in determining if a candidate's skills, knowledge, and experience truly match or meet the requirements of a given vacancies. Therefore, House Chairperson, if we go by the performance of the 17 shortlisted candidates in the interviews, we are far from convinced that the recommended candidates were undeniably the best performing candidates. Stronger and better performing candidates, House Chairperson, were conveniently relegated by members of the ruling party to the bottom of the list of candidates that were identified as the best performing in the interview process. If the ruling party, Honorable House Chairperson, truly placed the needs of our country and its public service above its own internal politics, we would have not ended up recommending only 3 candidates, but we would have also filled the 4th vacancy that currently exists at the Public Service Commission. Yes, Honorable House Chairperson, there are in actual fact 4 vacancies at the Public Service Commission and not 3 vacancies. This effectively means, Honorable House Chairperson, that the Public Service Commission has only 1 commissioner at a national level. And up until this report passes parliamentary muster, the PSC does not correct. The 4th position, Honorable House Chairperson, has been vacant since 2019 when members of the ruling party in the committee recommended the disgraced former mayor of Umsunduzi municipality to serve as commissioner. The report recommending this particular candidate was considered, Honorable House Chairperson, on 2 separate occasions by this August House. However, in the face of DA opposition, it was unable to pass parliamentary muster and receive the 2/3 majority required for it to be adopted by the House. Today, I can confidently say, Honorable House Chairperson, that the report, which has been sitting with this August House for almost 3 years, has now lapsed. As such, in filling these vacancies at the Public Service Commission, the committee was also afforded with the opportunity to stabilize the Public Service Commission and ensure continuity in its work by recommending 4 competent candidates instead of 3 unsuitable candidates from the pool of the candidates interviewed. House Chairperson, had the committee recommended 4 competent candidates instead of 3 unsuitable candidates, it would have also saved Parliament the cost of once again conducting interviews for the 4th outstanding vacancy. In 2019 alone, Honorable House Chairperson, Parliament spent approximately 106,000 in advertising for a single vacancy in the Public Service Commission in 3 major national newspapers. This year, Honorable House Chairpersons, Parliament spent approximately 130,000 rand flying a majority of the shortlisted candidates from various parts of the country into Cape Town. This latter costs Honorable House Chairs for the 3 vacancies, which cost was more likely than not over 100,000 rand. House Chairperson, we had generally hoped that in the face of the numerous and debilitating challenges that the public service is currently facing, the ruling party would prize competency and merit over cadership when it came to identifying the best candidates for these vacancies. But alas, our hope was undercut, and the ruling party did what it always does best, that is to put its own selfish, narrow interests above those of the people of this country. The DA therefore rejects this report and its recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, there is a need to close the gap between the employment of young people, people living with disabilities, and the marginalized. This is why the Public Service Commission is important. But most significantly, it is more important to build a capable public service that is at all times concerned with the question of what they are going to do to improve the lives of our people. We must applaud all those who applied and participated in the process, including those who endured difficult interviews. It is shocking that there was no conversation much earlier about the process of filling in vacancies on time, even when it was known that, that the term of the current commissioners were coming to an end. As the EFF, we are encouraged by the subcommittee attitude towards the prioritization of women on merit and performance in the interview. So we want to congratulate Ms. Zuki Swam-Kolomba for representing the youth well, and Ms. Nancy Nomangwenya, who despite living with a disability, provided that even people living with disabilities are competent, capable, and well-deserving. It is up to all of us, Chairperson, as members of this House, the Parliament, government, and the corporations to put an end into discrimination against people living with disabilities. It is unfortunate, Chairperson, and disgraceful that the ruling party uses its majority to continue to push for appointments of incompetent cadres who go to these organs of states to run them down. If one thinks that this is the same commission whose Director General was suspended for maladministration, one would think that it is best to get the most ethical, competent, and progressive person. But we see that the ruling party is committed to unabated generation. We are not going to be part of that nonsense. We reject the nomination of Professor Madlenkosi Makanya with the contact that it deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Dr. James, Uska is abavandle bona babele hoarse voice. We proceed, IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. As per constitutional mandate, there is one Public Service Commission for the Republic of South Africa, which consists of 14 commissioners appointed for a term of 5 years, renewable for 1 additional term. The Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration was tasked by the President to recommend fit and proper persons to replace the vacancies left by 3 commissioners, whose term of office came to an end in January 2022. Allow me first to thank the outgoing commissioners, in particular Advocate R.K. Sizani, who is well known to me and who was a friend and a colleague of the late IFP MP, Dr. Mario Oriane Ambrosin, who held Advocate Sizani in the highest regard. With regard to the interview process undertaken, and particularly the requirements for a Public Service Commissioner, the IFP would like to see the gap in the Framework Act filled. In respect of criteria to be applied, as neither the Constitution nor the Public Service Commission Act prescribes the same. 146 applicants were screened by the subcommittee and 17 candidates were duly shortlisted as well as vetted by the SSA. In the end, 3 candidates were recommended to the National Assembly in accordance with Section 1968A of the Constitution. It is encouraging to note that persons with disabilities, women and youth were taken into account in the application consideration process. The IFP thanks the Portfolio Committee and appreciates its diligent work in this process and supports the candidate recommendations. We wish the new commissioners well in their term of office. I thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. ACGP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has considered the report of the Public Service and Administration Portfolio Committee on the appointment of the new commissioner to the Public Service Commission, the commissioners, and we also would like to thank the outgoing commissioners. Now, we all know, as previous speakers indicated, that the Public Service Commission is a crucial independent institution deriving its mandate from sections 195 and 196 of the Constitution and is vested with custodian oversight responsibilities for the public service. So the key aspect was the issue of good governance. It was to ensure that fit and proper persons are appointed, and we are not part of that committee, but we appreciate the work that was done. Now, a number of concerns have been expressed, and it has often been my experience over many, many years that you will go through a nomination process, you'll go through shortlisting, you'll go through interviews, and it does appear that a very extensive process was followed. 146 candidates, nominations were received, 17 shortlisted, and then interviews and certain issues were raised with those, and eventually 3 candidates were nominated. Now, the question, of course, is whether these are the best possible candidates, and it's difficult to judge having not been part of that. But one has to bear in mind, firstly, the inclusion of disability, first inclusion of youth. But it is a concern to us if then one notes the objections that were raised that these were not necessarily the best possible candidates. And when one has regard to the great challenges faced with the Public Service Commission and the findings that have been made about widespread state capture and corruption, often facilitated by those public servants, then the appointment of commissioners is even the more so crucial. We are also deeply concerned about the issue of the 4th vacancy not being filled. Now, this does not make any sense to us. We do not understand why this whole process has gone through, why you have 146 people applying, why you have extensive interview process, and then why only 3 and not the 4th nomination is then brought to this House. So from our perspective, we are deeply concerned about this report. I thank you.
Thank you. Proceed. No. UDM.
Nihleli nikhetha nakakade mama Qhuba state thina.
Honorable Kwankwa, what are you saying? Uthini?
Nihleli nizawukhetha nanodwa kakade kule nto yenu Qhuba state thina pha mama.
Oh, asithethi thina bengifuna lapha egcineni. Lokho kushilo ekuqaleni angikwazi nokuthi kuyaphi. ATM. Good.
House Chair, we have no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you, House Chair. The National Freedom Party notes and welcomes the report of the Portfolio Committee We would also like to express that we support the candidates that have been recommended for the position by the committee, and we'll also wish to thank the outgoing commissioners for the work that they've done for our country. Professor Mandla Makhanya has demonstrated exceptional leadership and ethical conduct in his 30-year stint at UNISA. Ms. Zugi Mkolomba has also demonstrated a level of competence and dedication in her professional life. And last but least, Umama Nancy Nomangwenya, who has been vocal and candidate about corruption in the public sector. So as NFP, we accept the recommended candidates. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. AIC. Cope. PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, we don't serve on this committee, but I was very impressed by the view of the ICDP that there was an extensive process. The IFP can be counted as an honest broker. We've heard the NFP come up with a very objective position. We've heard from other parties about cadre deployment, which is now a stuck record in this parliament. So Al-Jama will support the report.
Thank you. The last ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable members, the ANC moved in support of the Public Service Commission report and thank the outgoing commissioners. The responsibility of the Public Service Commission are to uphold and promote the values and principles of the public service, including a high standard of professional ethics, and to propose measures to ensure effective, efficient performance within the public service. To enable such practices to prevail in the public services, there ought to be commissioners that comprehend the mandate and functions of the Public Service Commission. This requires commissioners to be fit and proper, meaning that they should be well abreast and knowledgeable of public service prescripts and be able to apply those prescripts. Commissioners should also possess experience in administration, management, or the provision of public services as stipulated in the Public Service Act and the Constitution of South Africa. Principle of fit and proper person. Furthermore, commissioners should demonstrate a strong work ethic and integrity and understanding of the National Development Plan. Considering that due processes were followed in selecting candidates that fit the requirements of the commissioner, and that the recommended candidates' knowledge and experience in the public service contributed to the recommendation of the three candidates, inclusivity is a notable pillar in the public service. And inclusion of youth, persons with disabilities, and women is significant to mitigate the gender dissimilarity and the representation of vulnerable groups for a more inclusive and for a more inclusive government. The ANC moves in support of the report and propose the three recommended candidates for consideration for appointment by the President to serve as a Public Service Commission Commissioner, namely Ms. Zugiswa Mkolomba, Ms. Nancy Ngwenya, and Professor Mandlenkosi Stanley Makhanya. Our intention and policy as the ANC is to create a professional public service with competent and capable vulnerable individuals with the ability to perform their function diligently. A public service where the public servants embrace and uphold the values and the principles of the public service. This is demonstrated through experience of upholding the Batupile principles, which is the people first. We noted the challenge in the public service of an unevenness in capacity, and this has caused by a range of factors, including skills deficit. It is therefore important to employ qualified, competent, and experienced individuals. However, as the African National Congress, as depicted in the NDP, we want to make the public service as a career of choice even for young professionals entering the public service and marginalized groups. In building professional, skilled public service, it is therefore important both at the top and at the bottom for recruitment and management to be focused on experience and expertise, which is parallel and aligned to the interview process that was undertaken by the committee to recommend the 3 candidates that demonstrated experience and expertise at a senior level. It is also misleading and hypocritical of the DA to oppose the report as if they were not part of the process and were also granted the opportunity to cross-examine the recommended candidates and never did not falter them. In filling the vacant post of the commissioners, we should always follow the correct processes for a fair and transparent process to be exemplar of good governance. Having competent, knowledgeable, and of public service commission will benefit South Africans by having commissioners that are able to perform their functions and responsibilities of inspecting departments and conducting inquiries into any matter if required, conducting inquiries on matters that are not consistent with the values and principles of the Constitution of South Africa and the Public Service Commission. Therefore, Honorable House Chair, the ANC moves in support of the report of the Public Service. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the question before the House is that the following persons be recommended for appointment to the Public Service Commission: Ms. Zukiswa Kolomba, Ms. Nancy Nomangwenya, and Professor Mandlenkosi Stanley Makanya. Are there any objections to the nominations?
Chairperson, please could you note the objection of the Democratic Alliance?
Noted.
The objection of the EFF?
Thank you, noted.
And the objection of the EFF plus, please, House Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, although we have agreed on this report, in terms of section 196(8)(a) of the Constitution, the persons nominated for appointment to serve on the Public Service Commission must be approved by a majority of members of the Assembly. Although a division has not been demanded, members are required to record their support for the recommendation, and as such, to allow even those members that are not on the platform that are still struggling, we are going to allow the bells to be rung for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, order. Order, order, honorable members. I hope my doors are now locked and nobody who is not on the virtual platform now should come in. No one should come in. Vote le Mam Kaun. Honorable members, order. The Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish the quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have a requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chairperson. Do we have a requisite quorum? Thank you. Having confirmed that we have a requisite quorum, we will now proceed. I will repeat. The question before the House is that the House approves nomination of Zukiswa Kolomba, Nancy Nomangwenya, and Professor Mandlinkosi Stanley Makanya to serve on the Public Service Commission. The voting will now commence. The doors have been locked. What does that know? Yeah, anyway, members, as I said, will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, you should confirm the number of your members on the platform, and I will be working with the service table to confirm that the numbers that you are reading out of those on virtual correspond with those that ICT have. Those numbers must correspond. If they say no, they say 32, and here we see 30, we will go down to 30. Thank you very much, Puji. I wish you could, are you on the, okay. Because you must assist me with, with the counting of numbers. Thank you. I will start with the ANC. What is your vote, Honorable Chief Whip?
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, the ANC in physical attendance here in the chamber were 28. On a virtual platform, online, we are 176, totaling up to 204. We vote in full support of the three candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA?
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we have 14 members. On the virtual platform, we have 60 members, totaling 74 members who are voting against this report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
EFF?
Thank you very much, House Chair. In the House, we are 1. On the virtual platform, we are 34 and we are voting against.
Thank you. IFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. We are 2 here, and I am told 5 on virtual, so it's 7 voting in favor.
We will confirm because you are told. FF Plus?
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 2 in the House, 7 on virtual, that's 9 voting against.
Thank you. ACGP?
3 on virtual, 1 in the House against. Thank you.
UDM?
Well, 50% attendance record in the House, voting in favor.
What if I've forgotten how many you are? If you say 50%, you might be 10, I don't know. Okay. ATM? Good.
House Chair, 2 votes in favor, 1 here and 1 online.
Thank you. NFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. 2 on virtual in support. Thank you.
AIC? AIC? Uhambile babujafta. Cope?
Thank you, Chair. 1 in the House in support. Thank you.
Al-Jama?
1 in the House in support.
So you are 100%. That's 50. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable members. And Vala. Vala. Honorable members, is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently from their party? None. Thank you. That means the voting session is now closed. Thank you. I will await the result, the outcome. And please confirm that they correspond with what you got, especially from the virtual platform. Okay. So, sorry. Honorable Sheikh Imam, unfortunately, you are left alone on that virtual platform, so we'll have to deduct one from your countings. Thank you very much. Honorable members, no abstentions. The noes is 122 and the yes is 216. So the following, the members that are appointed have now been confirmed, and thank you very much. Okay. We proceed now and ask the secretary to read the third order.
Consideration of report of Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament on Parliament of Republic of South Africa's 2020-21 annual report.
The Honorable Mabi.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Let me start by welcoming the unqualified audit outcomes with no material findings, which the Parliament has sustained for the past consecutive 7 years. This is since 2013-2014 financial year. This clean audit is accompanied by non-incurring of material irregularities, which are irregular expenditure and unauthorized expenditure. In a sense, Honorable Chair, for the entire previous Parliament, finances were managed prudently. The sixth Parliament is still continuing with this sterling performance thus far. I hope, Honorable Chair, that the sixth Parliament will continue with this excellent performance throughout. Further, the committee is pleased with the efforts to increase public access to Parliament business and activities, particularly through and broadcasting with Centec and National Community Radio Forum. In addition, the committee noted the efforts to acquire licensing for an exclusive television channel. This effort should be accelerated so as to ensure that all citizens have equal access to information about participation in Parliament business and processes. Honorable House Chair, there are more number of noted pockets of excellence. I could have mentioned if time was on my permitting, but I thought that these ones are worth noting. Honorable House Chair, having said so, there were some concerns raised by the committee with regard to the annual performance of Parliament for 2020-2021 financial year. And they include, amongst others, the committee has since raised its concern about the effectiveness and proper functioning of the constituency offices. Therefore, the committee welcomes the proposal to perform an audit of constituency offices to ascertain where they are situated, their effectiveness, and how they may be resourced to ensure that they play their role as far as connecting citizens to Parliament. Honorable House Chair, the committee noted with concern that Parliament has failed to meet targets related to Hansard, policy advice, and procedural advice since the 2018-2019 financial year. Yet, the current non-achievement for 2021 financial year is ascribed to the impact of the lockdown. This cannot be convincing reasons for the non-achievement of these indicators, taking into consideration that the fact that these indicators were consistently not achieved even before the breakout of COVID-19. It is therefore on those grounds that the committee recommended that it should be provided with a detailed report on the performance in the sub-indicators of the last 5 years, including mitigation plans that were put in place to ascertain whether or not those plans were implemented for each year. Honorable House Chair, there are standing challenges which Parliament experiences. These are unfavorable financial position, which is due to the medical aid contributions of members of the legislature, which is the liability carried by Parliament. This responsibility distorts Parliament's baseline and negatively impacts on future allocations. Further, the perpetual dwindling of the budget of Parliament has led to the reprioritization of the spending and targets. This has left other important activities and programs without adequate budget and as such could not be implemented. If this is not addressed sooner, it has a potential of threatening the ability of Parliament to execute its constitutional mandate. For both challenges, the committee has since recommended that the executive authority and the Minister of Finance should find a constructive solution to the budgetary challenges, which will ensure that Parliament can deliver on its constitutional mandate. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mabe. As there is no speakers list, I will now recognize the Chief Whip of the majority party.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo ke sisinya hore ntlo ena e amohele tlaleho ena. Ke a leboha.
Re a leboga. Ka tsitsinyo e entsweng, I will recognize parties that needs to make a declaration. The DA.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament is a critical oversight body. There are only two others like it, which really deal with the substantive business of Parliament. Besides the Rules Committee and the Programming Committee, this body is the only one that has the powers to hold not only the Speaker to account, but also the administration of Parliament. And that's why this 2020 and 2021 annual report is an important account of how this institution has fared in a critical year during a global pandemic. While there are many things that Parliament has done well and has tried to adapt during these trying times, and while it is commendable that the institution has received an unqualified audit during a time where there was plenty of turmoil, there are a number of things that Parliament needs to get right that it is not getting right. This institution is at risk of being relegated to being completely irrelevant if we don't pick up our socks. The fact that Parliament has not had a permanent Secretary to Parliament for over 5 years, a permanent CFO, a permanent head of security for close to 5 years is a massive concern, and quite frankly is an indictment on this institution. It is outrageous that it has been allowed to happen unabated. When the Houses of Parliament were gutted by fire earlier this year, it underscored once again the need for senior management of Parliament to be appointed. And then on the substantive and strategic functions of Parliament, we need to make sure that this House flexes its legislative and oversight arm. In the financial year in question, Parliament had the lowest output in terms of legislation passed by this House. Over the years, Parliament has been systemically hollowed out for powers to hold the executive to account. There's been a closing of ranks by the governing party, shielding the executive to account. It is a well-known fact that there are ministers who come to portfolio committees, make presentations and be selective about which answers they provide. There are serial offenders of ministers who don't answer questions in the House, and therefore this joint standing committee needs to find a way to measure the substantive output of Parliament and not just by counting meetings held and people who were in attendance. In this current financial year, this Financial Management Committee needs to lead the charge in ensuring that we rebuild Parliament. The first order of business is is getting this house back to work fully. We need to develop a medium and a longer term plan to ensure that the Houses of Parliament are rebuilt again. I know that it is convenient for many members of the ANC to stay at home and not do work. And while the hybrid model has really worked where it needed to, the reality is that we need to get back to work. If we expect South Africans to get back to work, we need to get back to work. And getting back to work means people need to come and account, because ultimately the business of Parliament is the business of the people. Thank you.
EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, the EFF rejects the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament. It is now becoming clear that this committee is useless, like all other committees that just rubber stamp things and fail to make recommendations that will lead to results. We are reduced to voting kettles and cheerleaders of incompetent and corrupt ministers, assisted by a parliament obsessed with what it does for members of parliament rather than what we do for our people, especially Black people. It is shocking that Parliament failed to spend more than 259 million in the past financial year, but there were no consequences, and it has nothing to do with COVID-19. We're talking about a legislature that fired its disgraced Secretary Gengezi in 2017 and has yet to replace him. Instead, we rely on an acting secretary. How are we going to tell organs of state to fill critical positions when Parliament failed to replace a secretary for almost 5 years? We're talking about a Parliament that adopts reports well after effects. There is no alignment between Parliament and the budget process. As the EFF, we maintain that Parliament must relocate to Tshwane, a more central, practical, and accessible location for the majority of our people. We cannot continue to uphold colonial and racist agreements that have nothing to do with our people. If racist white people want to continue with their racist pact, let them continue. But let's make Parliament a people's parliament and let's move it to Tshwane. Lastly, House Chair, it is shocking that Parliament continued to cut language services budget. For the last 5 years, we have constantly raised the matter of the importance of language services. Members of Parliament and our people in Messina, Metsima, Tsolo, Guguletu, and Appington want to watch Parliament and hear their own languages. We want translation across all 9 languages so that Bongkhonu and Tatemogolo can hear us when we speak the same way colonizers hear us clearly here in their country and the international community. But there's a deliberate program here in Parliament, House Chair, to prioritize English and Africans, as if Parliament is only for white people and the rich. The fact that we continue to broadcast Parliament only in pay-per-view TV in a country that millions of people cannot afford to pay per-view interview per TV is shameful. The EFF therefore rejects this report. I thank you.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, members would note that we have 3 reports today emanating from the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament. So there's going to be some overlap in what's being said. Some of what was said by the member before me, I will probably say in the next report, but I think that's the nature of things. But essentially the reports are 2021, the annual report, and then the first quarter of the new year. But let me speak to this.
Focus on your report, Mr. Singh.
Honorable Ntlangwini, consider yourself warned. You repeat, you are out of the platform. Proceed, Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. When it comes to the financial management of Parliament, management of the arms of state, it is our responsibility to lead by example. And certainly, as the Chairperson had indicated, Parliament has led by example in this case with the unqualified audit reports. And we note that although there was some recorded irregular expenditure, it was 23,000 rand, which is neither here nor there. One would have wanted a nil irregular expenditure, but hopefully they'll work towards that moving forward. And as IFP, as Parliament as well, in this report, we talk about oversight work, and additional oversight will mean additional reporting. And whilst we welcome this mechanism of oversight as a means of interacting at the coalface with communities, it will be important to ensure that oversight reports are produced timeously and contain practical, actionable recommendations. Very often, and not so much us here in this chamber in the NA, but in the NCOP, there are roadshows, but even committees go out. And by the time those reports get tabled here, whatever action needed to be taken in the community has been overtaken by events. So we need to make short, timeous reports and we take action. We can have roadshows, but we do not show up again as members of parliament. As regards the public hearings process, this too will require careful planning and analysis of mechanisms for access to ensure that no one is left behind or excluded due to an over-reliance on technology. And I'll speak about this a little later. Three outstanding issues that we have is PARMED, the whole issue of the PARMED contribution for those members who've left not only the National Assembly, but provincial legislatures are being carried by our budget here. And this is something we need to address very, very seriously. The next is the issue, and I think very few members want to raise this, is the issue of the Remuneration Commission. And it's a matter of concern, and normally we don't want to speak about ourselves and our own salaries and our own benefits, but it's time we speak up, because I believe that that commission is not doing justice. And we've got a judge heading that commission. It's time the president and all of us change that to have a retired judge to chair that commission to look at our own remuneration. And lastly is the flight tickets for ex-members of parliament. If one of us have to leave tomorrow, you'll get 4 economy tickets, but yet a minister and his wife and even a weekend special minister will get 48 business class tickets and his wife gets 24 tickets. So these are issues that we need to look forward, look at moving forward. The IFP accepts the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
No declaration, House Chair.
Chair, the ACDP has taken note of the various reports and this report in particular relating to the 2021 annual report. Firstly, we would like to commend the executive authority, that is the Speaker, Deputy Speaker and others, in achieving an unqualified audit with no material findings, and that is a continuation for the past 7 years. And we would also like at the same time to thank all staff of Parliament that have worked under very difficult conditions during this period. Now, Parliament did, however, report a net liability amount of 1.48 billion that's due to past retirement medical aid provisions, as well as the provision for members' gratuities. And the additional point that was raised by Honourable Singh relates to domestic travel. And it's always beyond me why Parliament has to fund the domestic travel arrangements of ministers and deputy ministers. Surely the departments that appointed them or to which they were deployed or appointed should bear those costs, because they are significant given the constraints that Parliament faces. And then to make matters worse, Parliament must, as other speakers have indicated, apply, like other national departments, to the executive for Parliament's budget. Now, the committee in its report states categorically, and this is not the first time that this issue has been raised, that Parliament is a separate arm of the state and cannot be expected to rely on the executive for its budget allocation. And the ACDP agrees on this, and we are grateful that at last the report indicates that there is discussions now between the Executive Authority of Parliament and the Minister of Finance, which, quote, are in process of discerning how this challenge may be resolved, and we look forward to progress being made in this regard, and I might touch on that in the other reports. But as we consider this report, it is also crucial, and it would be remiss not to mention the, as I hesitate to say limited, the lack of any oversight that this Parliament has over, firstly, the promulgation of the state of disaster, and secondly, the extension of the state of disaster, which was extended today. We have no say over that whatsoever, and it cannot be so. It cannot be after 2 years almost, 2 years. And it was 2 years ago to today that I had COVID-19, 2 years today, that we're still sitting with an extension, and that notwithstanding what President Ramaphosa said in the State of the Nation address, that previous one would be the last extension. So we have no say over the promulgation, no say over the regulations at all. And despite private members' bills from both the DIA and the Freedom Front Plus, the one bill was rejected today, which was an attempt to improve Parliament's oversight over those two issues. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM.
Ngoku eli xesha libonakali Honorable Hope uthe masingathi sifuna i-language services zenziwe ziphinde sifike sikhumshe apha ndizothetha mamelana apha Maqabane masimxele inyaniso yindebele fele lesiyenzayo apha yomane sixoxa lento le report singazenzi ezi zinto ndandiselityendyana lomfana ngexesha sasithetha kanye ngezi zinto zokuba le anomaly kule situation wefuna sihambe siyokhongozela ku-minister ku-executive that esiye simjonge thina for into ba ibudget yeparlament angeke siyithole ifumaneke ngohlobo esiyifuna ngalo kuba kaloku sithina sihleli sijonge bona sasiyithethe ke ndiselityendyana ndiyaxuba ngoku intshebe zigrey neenwele zigrey sisathetha loo nto ndizawude ndibe sisinyanya sithetha into enye kuba kaloku into yakwakhongolose leyo. Okwesibini nalo mcimbi we-Chief Financial Officer i-Secretary to Parliament sasithetha apha singcola sisusa umgidlana sicinga uba sayilungisa ii-departments zivela apha phambi kwethu amasebe karhulumente avela phambi kwethu azohlala phambi kwethu siwangxolisela into yoba wakwazi ukufila ii-vacancies kodwa nathi silibele kuphoqa iminwe apha asiyilungisi le nto ungayazi uba kwenzeka ntoni inkali icinge ndawoni. Nanku nalo umzekelo SABC ndiyayivale ukuba ibe ku-DSTV. We had a program engu-View from the House which educated the public about the work of Parliament, what we're doing. It even covered questions to the ministers, motions and statements, and a host of other parliamentary related issues. U-SABC kuba kufike kukhulunyishwa kamnandi wavele wasusu. Andiyazi la coverage sometimes xa ndiyibukele eTV yeParliament and the work we do. I-West kune-ANN7 kodwa zisavulekile zonke ezi zitishi zini. Nansi problem into abantu angekhe bayazi ungenayo ne-national broadcaster le ingena program efocus kuParliament ukuze bakwazi ukuthi abantu ukuthi ii-issues esizithatha kwi-constituencies kuba these statements nento sizithetha apha zisuke emqaleni zisuke ebantwini and the national broadcaster xa singekabi nayo i-channel right ifanele ikwazi uzikherisha ezo zinto izibonakalise ingakhethi events ngathi ngo-ENC abenzi unothanda. The other issue which is important yeyokuba yazi kukho into that troubled us a great deal towards the end of 2019 that you know ukuthi when kukho elective congresses but internally shortly before elections there would be changes to list and people who served nearly the entire term as members of parliament and who were removed from party lists a month or two before the elections lost their gratuities. And ithetha ukuthi kufuneka siyitshintshe siyazi ukuthi a full term of office, what does it mean? Because usually and shares learned a month or 2 or 3 months before elections, parties would actually be busy with their list processes, and usually, kwezinye party because of infighting, abantu baya remove before, and then uthi ngenxeni 2 months ungakwazi ukuthi ufumane gratuity yakho. Other MPs waited, former MPs waited for 8 to 9 months to receive pension funds up, and starting about nearly 2 years. Tatu Fultani Sando Pumangu, how long ago did he pass away?
ATM. Good.
No declaration. Thank you, Chair.
NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report tabled today. Chairperson, I think we must be realistic that Parliament itself, like we all did, found ourselves in a very difficult situation in early 2020 as a result of COVID. Under the circumstances, I think Parliament rose to the occasion and did what they could possibly do best, And I think the services that they provided, despite the challenges that they faced, I think were of an extremely high quality. And I think we must commend them, the entire staff at Parliament, for the role that they have played in ensuring that we were still able to continue with our responsibilities as legislatures and oversight bodies. Now, one of the concerns that I have, Chairperson, and is the fact that, yes, indeed, and I know a lot of emphasis is being put on oversight. The difficulty we have, and which I think Parliament must address, that when we conduct oversight, what happens after the oversight? Because the reports are brought to this House, they are deliberated on, they are adopted, and then what? Thrown into file 13. Very little or nothing happens as well. Let me welcome and commend Parliament for its intervention, because it's a matter that the National Freedom Party, and particularly myself, have repeatedly brought up, of dealing with the issue of constituency officers. In fact, we went one step further in saying that Parliament needs to have independent audit body to audit the parliamentary funds that is allocated or provided to political parties. Now, some may argue we all have auditors. We all know we all have. But I think to ensure that it is used for the specific purpose that it is intended for, I think maybe some mechanisms need to be put in place there. Now, the impact of Parliament itself with limited funds being able to carry the PARMED contributions, must be dealt with. I mean, you cannot expect Parliament to provide a satisfactory service, but not ensure that they get adequate funding to be able to do that. Now, I cannot understand why Parliament must be responsible for the legislature and also be responsible for those members that have been there before. I think that we need to find a mechanism that those contributions will continue to be paid, but not impact on Parliament itself, because if it does, like I said, it's going to impact on the service that they actually provide to us. So, considering this and the fact that irregular expenditure has been reduced to almost nothing, and the department, which is Parliament, having an unqualified audit report with no findings, the National Freedom Party supports the report table here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. AIC? Go.
I did not hear at all. I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
You used to send us a note that we shouldn't call you.
Yes, I do that.
Resuscitate that process.
Agreed.
PAC? Al-Jama?
Congratulations on an unqualified report, which is not easy to get. The Honourable House Chair, the appropriate mechanism for Parliament to conduct oversight of organs of the state would obviously be through parliamentary committees. I would like to congratulate the parliamentary committees for their hard work, which has not gone unnoticed. In 2014, the Honourable Sisulu, who served as chairperson of the Speakers Forum, said, "Capacitated parliaments are stronger parliaments, and this is good for our democracy. When you know more, you do more." The statement alludes to the fact that Parliament must stay in its strategic priorities and not reduce it. The question is, how will the sixth Parliament improve on its strategic priorities, which were identified as to improve committee oversight work regarding to the budget cycle by allowing more parliamentary oversights and to improve the effectiveness of public participation? To do justice on oversight, there are other support mechanisms to improve on as well, such as the required research for oversight activities and to capacitate parliamentarians to efficiently execute their oversight responsibilities. Parliamentary funding for oversight activities seems to be poor and need to be looked at. Hardworking oversight in 9 provinces, but members of Parliament does poor oversight of Parliament itself. Parliament itself, it's, you know, it's like going to university and you ask people, where's the university? It's the buildings. So there's poor oversight of Parliament as a building, as an institution. That's why we are members of Parliament, but we do not have a National Assembly. So that is possibly an area that needs attention. Lastly, Honourable House Chair, I know that Parliament, like every other department, wants to save money. But if we look at Sona, for example, there's no proper hospitality. People come from all over, guests and VIP veterans, and they don't even get a cup of coffee. I think Parliament has gone too far to show the country that it is strict on spending, but that doesn't mean that it must be so unhospitable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The ANC.
Mgcinihlalo malunga esishayamthetho ngime la phambi kwenu hayi ngoba nginganamona kuphela ngidumisa uAfrican National Congress ngokuba uAfrican National Congress wenza into extraordinary ngokuthi asikhethele asipha abaholi abanjengabumama umndise usomlomo weParliament lo ososhwile manje nobaba uAmos Masondo kwathi ngo2020 isimo simanzonzo kunzima bakwazi ukukhuba lomkhumbi bawukhipha lapho amanzi kade abhodla khona bawuyisa lapho iNingizimu Afrika ifuna ukuthi lomkhumbi ube khona kodwa zange bawenza babodwa lumsebenzi lowo babancedwa iadministration eParliament. So ukhuluma la ngomama uBaby Chawo acting secretary ubaba usecretary we-NCOP uadvocate uLento uphindela nobaba uqhaso usecretary we-NA labantu laba benza umsebenzi extraordinary ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi ngesikhathi esincane bakwazi ukuthi bashintshe izinhlelo zeParliament ukuthi isikwazi ukuqhubeka sisebenzela umphakathi wonke kodwa kuthe noma kunjalo uzange kwagcina lapho kuphela bakwazi futhi kumele ngihloniphe nelunga le staff se-ANC uDan Mulapo owakwazi ukusinceda kakhulu thina sikhokha se-ANC ukuthi uma kushintshwa izinhlelo zokusebenza kweParliament wakwazi ukusilungisela ukuthi siphambili le report le esibhekene nayo ka2020-2021 i-report especial ngoba this report le yenziwa ngesikhathi se-COVID uma yenziwa ngesikhathi se-COVID ilento le umsebenzi weParliament uma sibheke annual report sithi the importance of the annual report is that it should provide us with a comprehensive overview of the performance of the institution against its strategic plan and policies.
I'm Jane. Me Jane. I say believe.
So what is important about this strategic plan of Parliament from 2019 to 2024 is that it has enshrined the National Development Plan as its anchor of doing its work. But what is also very important about this strategic plan is that it has put the member of Parliament at the center of the delivery of services of Parliament. That's why we speak today that this Parliament was going to do the audit in 2020, going to do the audit of the Constitution Office so that we can help the MPs, so that they can be able to be resourced, so that they can be able to deliver the services to their people. But what is also very important about this, because of the COVID-19 situation, the Parliament, this strategic plan only identified two key priorities. The first key priority was to enhance the oversight work of portfolio committees. Number two was also to ensure that the public participation is enshrined in the work of Parliament. As we have seen during the Section 25 bill public hearings, we have seen with the NHI, we did see Parliament going all over the country soliciting the views of the people on the ground. That's what this strategic plan is all about, that it is responsive to the needs of the people on the ground. So what is very important about this performance of this issue of this strategic plan is that it has identified 6 values of which the parliament is going to do its business. The first value is openness, responsiveness, accountability, teamwork, professionalism, and integrity. And then to what it has happened out of that, out of this, we can see that when the COVID situation struck the country, the parliament was able to immediately change its way of operations by ensuring that we move from the normal sittings, we have the Zoom meeting so that we can be able to continue to do the work of parliament. This could only be done because the staff of parliament were very supportive and they were very loyal throughout the process. But what is very important about this report is that the budget of 2020 had declined up to 2 billion rand. So since it's declined, it means that the work of parliament could not be done properly. So we had to adjust to that situation. But what is very important about this committee we're dealing with here is that it is agreed across the board that the time has come now that the parliament claim its stake in the national sphere of government. Why? By ensuring that we don't go and beg to the national treasury for budget. Because at the end of the day, we are the ones who are oversighting the executive. So the executive cannot be at the same time determine what we should do. But what we must be proud of is that the executive authority of parliament, as we're speaking now, is engaging with treasury so that that anomaly can be resolved. So we have given them some time frames that this thing must be resolved within the next term. We cannot go to the next term without this term being resolved. So I think that we are on good course in doing that. But what is also critical, Chairperson, is that the issues which were raised by the opposition, the certain things which we agree upon. The issue of the filling of vacancies, that position is agreed upon across all the political parties within that. But what we would not agree upon is when people will come and grandstand here and speak about the relocation of parliament, when in 2020 financial year, there was nothing about the issue of the relocation of parliament. That part will only come when we deal with the 2022-2023 financial report. So I think that the people must not put the cart before the horses. So what is also very important is on the issue of the quality, of the service or performance of parliament. This very same report said that we're no longer going to allow a situation whereby the report will come back that the ministers has answered so many questions. What we also want is that those ministers who didn't answer what they must bring their names to the committee so that they can come and account, because this house is the only place where they can account. So what is very important here, Chairperson, is that I think Siyakuba, umsebenzi uyasebenzeka 7 years of clean audits. Parliament yasebenza. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. By the guidance of the Chief Whip of the majority, we have to adopt the report. Are there any objections?
Please note the objection of the EFF. House Chair.
Noted. With the noted objection, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 4th order.
Consideration of report of Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament on Parliament of Republic of South Africa's draft annual performance plan for 2022-23.
The Honorable Mabe.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, it should be noted the fact that this 2022-2023 annual performance plan and draft budget is the second annual performance plan to fully implement the strategic plan for the 6th Parliament. Therefore, it is expected that this 2022-2023 annual performance plan and budget be based on the approved strategic plan of the sixth Parliament, which the committee has considered in the previous year. It then encapsulates a series of changes, which include change in the budget program structure of Parliament and the change on how the performance of Parliament is measured. For instance, Parliament is currently structured into only 3 programs, as opposed to 5 programs the Parliament used to have. Further, its performance is measured using the client satisfaction model rather than the conventional way, which was informed by the framework of strategic plan and annual performance plans published by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Honorable House Chair, Parliament proposes a budget amount of 2,875,373,000 rand.
Honorable Modise, you have your microphone on and you're disrupting the member who is addressing the House. Honorable Mutle.
And 3,179,571,000 rand for 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025, respectively. The budget proposal of 2,875,373,000 rand for the year 2020-2022-2023 represent an 8% increase on the 2021-2022 approved budget of 2,656,710,000 rand. Further, the proposed budget is set to increase by 5.2% over the 2022 medium-term expenditure framework. Honorable House Chair, for the proposed 2022-2023 draft annual budget of 2,875,373,000 rand, the majority of the proposed funds will be appropriated to Program 3, associated services at 32%, followed by Program 2, legislative and oversight at 28%, Program 1, administration, which will receive the smallest share at 24%. Honorable House Chair, in spite of the fact of the above, the committee raised some concerns. Firstly, it raised a concern on non-alignment of spending proposals and performance targets. In this regard, as we stated that Program 3 has allocated a largest amount of proposed budget for the 2022-2023 financial year. However, there is not even a single performance indicator to track the performance of this program. Therefore, the committee raises a concern on how the spending will be monitored to ensure that the spending is accordingly and the value of money is derived from the spending. It is therefore on those grounds that the committee recommended that it be provided with the rationale for not having targets under this program, which is Program 3, especially in relation to the poor performance of members' facilities under this program. Honorable House Chairperson, I must amplify this point because when the committee considered the second quarter performance report of Parliament, members in general raised a dissatisfaction about the performance of services to them which are under this program. At the end, the members were in agreement that such poor performance is due to the fact that there are no performance targets pursued for measuring the performance of employment of employees.
Honorable
Under
member,
this
your time is now expired. Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the report be adopted by the House. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration the opportunity to do so. Are there any declarations? There's no declarations.
House Chair, there is a declaration.
Please
from the
proceed. Let me, Honorable Member, just give me a moment. Let me recognize the parties. The DA, do you have a declaration?
No, House Chair.
Thank you. The EFF?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, House Chair. The House must reject this report. The report was adopted in November 2021 before the fire in January 2022. Nothing in this report is credible, House Chair, and applicable to the conditions which we found ourselves in. The House must instruct the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament to convene and draft a practical and believable program, work with Parliament administration to develop the short to medium term plan that takes into account the following. The 2022-2023 Parliament Annual Performance Plan must clearly show the following as well. It must show a practical plan of moving Parliament to Tshwane. It must show a practical and believable plan to fill in all senior management vacancies, including Secretary to Parliament, by the end of March 2022 as promised. The plan must show how Parliament will build internal language service capacity to ensure that there is uninterrupted language translation and interpretation services. It must clearly demonstrate that Parliament will do in the next 6 months to ensure that Parliament broadcasting is not only available on pay-per-view. Without proper facilities for the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, the plan must clearly demonstrate cost-effective measures to ensure that the work of Parliament is not severely affected. We must consider options including outside Western Cape community halls and municipal facilities and government facilities. We must be vigilant, House Chair, that Parliament staff who sees the fire we must be vigilant, House Chair, that Parliament staff not to see that the fire of Parliament as an opportunity to score tenders for friends and associates. Lastly, Parliament to draft an annual performance plan must clearly demonstrate how, as Parliament, we will build a credible and reliable legal office that will assist all members of Parliament with drafting and introducing private members' bill. Their job is not only to check if the draft bill is constitutional, but they must have capacity to check concerns and turn them into draft bills within a short space of time. We are not here only to pass bills introduced by Ministers, House Chair, but we want to introduce private members' bill. The EFF rejects. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and colleagues. There is no doubt that the annual performance plan that we looked at has to be adapted in line with the current circumstances that we find ourselves. And that's post the devastating fire earlier on this year. So our plan is as good as its implementation, and I think we'll have to relook at some of the performance targets, etc., as we move forward. But one of the challenges I've had with performance targets for a long time now, Honourable Chairperson, since I'm in Parliament, is that, departments set these performance targets, like here Parliament sets the performance targets, and you find that in many instances, all these targets are not met. But all the money that was allocated to that particular department has been spent. And one wonders now, how come you spend the money but you haven't met your targets? And I think this is something that we need to look at moving forward in terms of targets. I think other honourable members have spoken about the budgets that are allocated to Parliament. And it's a bit of a problem where you find that we are an arm of state as Parliament, like the judiciary and like the executive. But it's the executive that decides our budget. We have to go to the executive to say this is how much we want, and if they're not happy about it, then they give us, what is available. And we are mindful of the constraints that we have in the country, economic constraints, etc. But there has to come a time when we have to have more independence, just like the judiciary. The judiciary has to have more independence in terms of the budget for the judiciary, so that, there is no influence from one arm of state to the other, because we're all equal arms of state. In terms of the broadcasting studio, I think there are lots of questions that we can ask, but we're also aware that it was affected by COVID. But we'd like to know, and I think one of the things we raised in the committee, Honorable Hatebe, was, how much did it cost? Why that particular company was given the rights? How accessible is the studio to all members of parliament? And I don't think we got the right kind of answers with that. With the new normal as well, I can see, and I think we can all see, that COVID has helped us in some way or the other, because we've been able to catch up with the over expenditure by saving money on flights and other travel and other things that we normally. Yes, more money was put into ICT that we required, but I think that was less than what we saved in terms of flights. So moving forward, I think we really need to look also at the physical sittings of Parliament. I think there's nothing better than looking at each other in the eye here and debating, particularly in portfolio committees. I think officials get away with a lot when we don't see them in the eye and ask them searching questions. And I hope that collectively we can come together, Chief Whip, and I know you are working on that, to see how we can move back to physical sittings here in Cape Town. So whether it's in committees or whether it's in plenary, but let's start in committees, because we have the ability to meet in committees. And I think that will make for better accountability over the departments that we oversee. We will support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, in this report, Parliament proposes a budget of 2.875 billion for 2022-23 financial year, and this is an 8% increase. However, this report was dated 26 November, and the budget was prepared before the devastating fire at Parliament earlier this year. So whilst most of the capital works in rebuilding Parliament will come from the public works budget, discussions around alternative venues that we've had in the Chief Whip's Forum and in the Program Committee, a lot of that funding will have to come from the parliamentary budget. And in this regard, it is highly likely that an additional or special appropriation bill may be necessary in later in the next few months. However, when one also considers the devastating impact of the fire and the possible, whilst not detracting from the incredible work that the Acting Secretary of Parliament has done and other acting members, it is important that we do need to highlight the permanent appointments of those vacancies: Secretary to Parliament, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Audit Executive, and of course the Head of Security. Now, there are so many questions around the fire, and we know that there's been various discussions, various reports in this committee. I attended the one report on that, and we look forward to the independent reports into this, the forensic reports into the causes. And of course, when the discussions about calls to move Parliament, that is a debate for another time, because as most of us in this House are in agreement that the Constitution in section 42(6) says the seat of Parliament is Cape Town. But an act of Parliament enacted can change that, may determine the seat of Parliament elsewhere. So for now, the seat of Parliament is Cape Town, whether you like it or not. The second issue is the constraints that Parliament and Public Works is already facing. So whether you like it or not, Parliament has to be rebuilt in terms of the heritage legislation and restored to its original position. Now, estimates run into many hundreds of millions in that regard. So the debate at a later stage will be what the venue of Parliament will be. But in the short, medium term, we need to understand that we are at least sitting here. We need to gather together again, but we also need to appreciate that the existing Parliament precinct is here, and I think that sends a very powerful message to South Africans that we are here meeting, exercising oversight, despite the devastating impact of the fire. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. ATM. Is UDM here? Apologies, I didn't see you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Indeed, we also support the report, but we want to flag a few concerns and say that if we don't take steps to ensure that Parliament virtual, not virtual, physical sittings resume in earnest and as soon as possible, we are afraid that the members of the public might view us as people who are neglecting our constitutionally mandated duty of holding the executive to account. They will also accuse us of gaslighting them, of not taking the responsibility that they have entrusted us seriously. So in other words, we need to make sure that we have the right kind of discussions going forward about making sure that Parliament has a physical home rather than the hybrid only system that we've been using, that such discussions are held as soon as possible. I see no reason why nearly 3 months after Parliament bent down, the other Department of Public Works has not actually said anything about the way forward, whether the investigation, all the relevant authorities and departments have actually had not said anything meaningful about the extent of the damage. All of us are still in the dark about the extent of the damage and the way forward. I'm making this point mindful of the many meetings that are planned in future, but they're a bit too late. It's also important that we raise the question around private members' bills. Indeed, there needs to be more support provided to members of Parliament in order to help us to be able to introduce private members' bills. Usually, if you make an inquiry about a specific issue, you are sent a dissertation, a long document with a long list of questions to answer, as if you are actually going to write a thesis or a dissertation on a private member's bill. But at times it could just be an amendment that one is proposing. But even for that amendment, you're expected to produce a concept note or a concept document, which then you will take forever to draft. I think the process needs to be simplified, but also there needs to be more support provided and workshop to members of Parliament to ensure that we're able to introduce private members' bills so that there's no dominance of the executive in the work in terms of legislation that we do here in Parliament, so that even issues that come from members of the public are actually able to find the expression here in this National Assembly. I want to repeat a point before I sit down, that it's important that when it comes to public participation, that this institution ensures that there's meaningful and substantive public participation, that it's not just the case of political parties, especially on issues of national interest, where we mobilize our branches to go and howl at each other there without having any meaningful discussion. There needs to also be an understanding that public participation is not just about Parliament only consulting a few NGOs, which are dominated by certain individuals, right, whose views are represented in the reports and the documents of Parliament.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The ATM. Good.
No, Chair, no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report on the annual performance plan of Parliament. But let me start off by saying, Chairperson, that the parliamentary staff, the acting secretary, when they put together the strategic plan or annual performance plan, did not anticipate there was going to be a fire. Now, currently, we don't even have an assessment done or a complete report at this stage, in terms to the extent of the damages that are caused. What is it going to cost us? So, and the new financial year is going to kick in. So what is Parliament supposed to do? They're supposed to continue, and that's exactly what they are doing. When they have a report, in my understanding, as to exactly what the extent is, what it's going to cost, and how long it's going to take, then that matter can be addressed. But right now, it has to be work as usual. We need to continue. That's the first point I want to make. Now, the second thing is this. I repeatedly hear the talk about moving parliament. Moving parliament, in my understanding, is about a 10-year plan. This is how much of work needs to be done to take into consideration the members for accommodation, staff. There's a whole lot to look at, even to identify the piece of ground that you have to start with. So it's a lot of work to be done. But, so in the strategic plan that Parliament has put together, I'm sure that at some stage they will perhaps want to either make the necessary amendment, or depending when they get the report, then it'll probably fall in for the next year. But some of the suggestions that I want to make, Chairperson, is one of which is, in order to cut the cost, they need to look at some of the issues like shuttle services between Parliament and the airport. Why should members be taking one shuttle each to go to the airport when it could be coordinated when people are going? This is just one of the examples. The other thing is accountability, even by members of Parliament. Remember, Chairperson, members of Parliament don't get paid by their political parties. They get paid by taxpayers. They account to Parliament. People are coming in onto this platform, the virtual platform, and spending 5 minutes, leaving it on and disappearing. And they're all getting paid for. But we are supposed to be accountable, and Parliament is the body that is responsible to ensure that we actually account for the monies that is appropriated for us of taxpayers' money. So that's the other thing that we have a problem with. Now, the 2.87 billion that is allocated, we have repeatedly said, and this is happening year in and year out, Chairperson, that the funds that is allocated to Parliament is inadequate. And every year you would find that they have a deficit, and it's going to continue. When are we going to actually address this and ensure that the amount that is allocated to Parliament is enough for them to be able to provide a satisfactory service? So, we cannot expect miracles from Parliament if we're not going to give them the tools. And the tools start with the...
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
The National Freedom Party supports you. Thank you.
The AIC, PAC, Al-Jama, ANC. Honourable Mvana, switch off your microphone, please. Honourable Mvana, switch off your microphone.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I don't know why this debate of moving the Parliament to Pretoria, because that matter arises as put in the constitution of the country. So there is still a long route to travel. So it might not be an issue that has to be brought to this house. Now, yes. House Chair, the implementation of the Parliament's Strategic Plan 2019-2024 is guided by annual performance plan that are meant to be a pointer towards the outputs that must be delivered in order to achieve the outcome of the strategic plans. In dealing with this draft APP for 2022-23, we are from the outset not assisted by the administration of Parliament, who continue to insist since 2021 on an unconventional mechanism to measure performance. This is the client satisfaction model rather than the more conventional method informed by the logic and rationale of measuring strategic and annual performance plans as designed by the Department of Planning and Monitoring Evaluation. This will change the way the staff of Parliament is currently expected to perform, the way that they are assessed. Currently, the Parliament uses a balanced scorecard to assess the performance of its employees. Now, this question is, has this new model been piloted with the staff of Parliament so that it gets an understanding of how this client satisfaction model will influence their performance? If not, then Parliament is courting tension and unhappiness. Let me go to program 1, administration. The APP gives the percentage as targets for particular services. It has its focus areas which date back to 2021 and then introduces 5 indicators which will be measured by membership satisfaction, an extremely subjective method of evaluation. The very thing you should avoid when measuring performance. Given the critical importance of program 1, which include the executive authority, the office of the Secretary to Parliament, corporate and support services, this needs attention. On program 2, legislation and oversight, the plan provides very useful information on intention and adjustment over the previous year and specifies areas that can be monitored during each quarter. The knowledge and information services is particularly helpful, indicating how Parliament in the year ahead intends to deliver on the policy and strategic plan. We would want to see the 3-year research plan in support of oversight so that we can input on this, especially since the oversight is due, is one of the 2 priorities of the 6th Parliament. There are a lot of cliches in the APP which are not helpful, derived from private sector operational environment. Instead of speaking directly to the parliamentary environment, through our experience in Parliament, the cliches often paint a different picture from the lived experience. Under this program, one of the specific areas is to introduce institutional standards and quality management process to ensure quality and objectivity. Whilst these do exist in various units of Parliament, the same approach is not used when we have to oversight Parliament on this performance, and this is what needs to change. So the APP for program 2 gives the usual number of targets by way of measuring performance, and if you meet all, you then get 100%, and that is supposed to be a qualitative performance management. For the MTF, with exception of 1, all estimates for performance are given a round figure of 70%. Now on program 3, associated services and transfers, we find amongst others offers the Parliamentary Budget Office, who is supposed to get a transfer from the baseline of vote 2. Given that the Parliamentary Budget Office now reports to the Executive Authority and no longer the Finance and Appropriations Chairs, which is consistent with the PBOs globally, what rises is how strategic matters of research, performance, budget, allocation, etc. are decided. Should there be a reference group that the Executive Authority will determine so as to assist this process? So then what is the most disturbing, as I conclude, is that the Act clarifies a budget allocation, but this has not happened over a long period of time and needs to be resolved. It impacts on the Parliamentary Budget Office and its functioning. We should never forget this office was not set up by Parliament, but came from an initiative of the people of South Africa who demanded Parliament set up such an office. Independent with capability to advise MPs in the Finance and Appropriations Committees for as long as we continue with the system of paying the PBO, for instance, out of savings instead of from the vote 2, baseline matters will not be resolved. In fact, whilst the Executive Authority oversee the budget, we as the committee have to in turn oversee the Executive Authority. So the business planning budget of the PBO should equally come to the Joint Standing Committee for oversight. As our report states, the committee should be provided with an explanation for the delay in the referral of PBO's business plan and budget estimates. House Chair, the ANC will support the draft APP 2023, but we also want to see the matters raised receiving a proper attention. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Yes, House Chair, the EFF object.
The objection of the EFF is noted. Are there any further objections? There's no further objections and the report is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the fifth order of the day.
Consideration of report of Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament on Parliament of Republic of South Africa's performance in first quarter of 2021-22.
I now recognize the Honourable Mabe on the virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. House Chair, Parliament performed its activities in the first quarter of 2021-2022 financial year during the lockdown at adjusted level 4. Therefore, the plenaries and committee activities remained virtual. However, members of Parliament were able to conduct oversight and the administration succeeded in providing the required services. Honourable House Chair, this is the first quarterly performance report which assesses Parliament's performance in implementing the annual performance plan, which is derived from the 6th Parliament Strategic Plan. It measures the performance of Parliament using the client satisfaction model rather than the conventional way, which was informed by the framework of the strategic plan and annual performance plan. Honourable House Chair, I must say that for this quarter, there were no serious issues identified from the performance of Parliament. This might be due to the fact that most of performance information is new without any historical data. For instance, 2 out of 3 budget programs are new without any historical information. Honourable House Chair, further in terms of financial information, the Parliament performed well during this quarter. For the first quarter, the Parliament spent 99% of its budget allocated of 590 million. All programs fairly spent their budgets allocated for this period, with the exception of direct charges, which is the compensation of members. It overspent its budget by 3,875,000 rand, despite the good performance, Honourable House Chair, which we had just alluded to. There were some few concerns raised by the committee. Firstly, even though the committee welcomes the move to a member-centered performance evaluation system, which is informed by the client satisfaction model, as Member Kaiso has mentioned. However, the details on how this system will practically work remains murky. Subsequently, Honourable House Chair, the committee recommended that it should be provided with the details of the new way of managing performance. For an example, more details around how reliability, usefulness, accessibility, and timelines are measured, and how the new method impact on the existing performance management system. Lastly, Honourable House Chair, the committee welcomes the appointment of the directors of the Parliamentary Budget Office and the Treasury Advice Office. However, the committee remains deeply concerned about the extremely and unacceptable long delay in the filling of the position of the Secretary to Parliament, the Chief Financial Officer, and the Chief Audit Executive. In order to ensure that Parliament achieves its objectives, the administration must have leadership. The leadership that will provide a stability. We therefore urge Parliament to expedite the filling of critical vacancies. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As there is no list of speakers, I now recognize the Honourable Chief of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party,
I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration the opportunity to do so. The DA.
No objection, no declaration from us. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, the EFF rejects this report and call on the House to reject the report and instruct the committee to go back and draft another report that is not misleading. The fact that you are adopting the 2020-2021 first quarter performance in March 2022, almost a year after the quarter, does not help and only exposes the uselessness of Parliament. It has been almost 3 months since we saw the fire that gutted the institutionalization of the racist colonial building. When we saw the fire, Parliament, the incompetent government and the corrupt intelligence were quick to look for a scapegoat. The only reason Parliament burned down is because the administration of Parliament, the non-existent administration of Parliament, failed to take advice from safety, health, and occupational specialists. Parliament said in August 2021, before the committee, the Safety, Health, and Environment Services Unit monitored and assessed contractors' compliance and adherence to all applicable legislation. They said this in August 2021. The report was approved by Parliament in 2022, and Parliament was destroyed in 2022 by fire. We know this is not true. Parliament was warned that it is ill-prepared to respond to an emergency situation. If those recommendations that were made in 2018 were implemented, there's no doubt that the fire could have been prevented or dealt with in a far more decisive manner. It is not shocking that no one has been held accountable to date. No one has been dismissed and no one has answered. But we are presented here with a report that was drafted before the fire and we are expected to adopt it. No one has the decency to say that the report adopted in November 2021 by the committee on the performance of this first quarter of 2020-2021 is wrong and contains misleading statements. The EFF rejects the report. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
I've been asked to be short. You should have told my parents to work on that one. Honourable Chairperson, I will be very brief because I think the Chairperson of this committee has succinctly highlighted some of the plus factors that we've discovered in this report and some of the concerns that we've had. In terms of public participation, and if we have to continue on the hybrid system, I think it's going to be very important for us to find a way of accommodating people out there, public, that need to connect onto our systems. All of us here have got unlimited data, access to data, and perhaps a way of allowing them access is to set up points in different areas. At municipal halls, municipalities can help us, community halls where there's data available. And if somebody wants to make a presentation on a bill or any committee on any matter, then they should go there and access free data to be able to do that. So that's something that we need to look at. I also echo the concerns about the long delays in appointing Secretary to Parliament. I know I was part of a committee where we did an interview, but it was at the time of the former Speaker. And I hope this Speaker, and she did say, is seized with this matter of trying to finalize, who's going to be appointed, because after the Secretary to Parliament is appointed, I think then other positions will be looked at, like the CFO. Earlier on, there was a criticism of the members' facility department. I don't share that criticism because personally, and I don't know what other members feel, I've never had a problem with members' facilities. I think they are on the ball, they are quick to respond, settle our claims, etc. It's just that we've got to give them the required information. So I want to commend them for the work that they've been doing, even during under COVID regulations. And I think lastly, it's a pity the Chief Whip is out. I think lastly, Honourable Chairperson, the Chief Whip's Forum is seized with looking at alternatives and a more permanent solution to sitting of Parliament. Even before we look at relocation and everything else. And perhaps after our physical meeting next week on the 23rd of March, we should come back to this House and report on what the options are, because there are 7 options, but I think we need to take all members into confidence and let them know what the options are and which are the better options for us to consider moving forward from the second term onwards. IFP will support this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus?
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. The ACDP?
No declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM?
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
ATM, good.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. The NFP,
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, the National Freedom Party supports the report tabled here today. Chairperson, let me reiterate the point of what Honorable Singh made, that I find absolutely no problem with the services provided by the table, by members' facilities, whether you're talking about your claims or any matters, even the legal office, office or staff from the Secretariat's office. In fact, I think they provide an excellent service, always available. Even some of them are even available after hours when we need to actually consult with them. But Chairperson, I thought I just wanted to speak on the issue of the appointment of the acting secretary, which is an acting position for a long period of time. It seems to appear as if for some reason that we don't want to appoint a secretary, but we must be mindful of the fact that there's been a disciplinary process that was in place for a long period of time, which hampered any progress in being able to appoint a full-time secretary. So I think now that the matter is resolved, I think we'd be able to accelerate that process. In those short words, the National Freedom Party supports the report. Thank you very much.
thank you. The AIC, PAC, Al-Jama, the ANC,
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Declaration on the report of Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament on the first quarter performance report of Parliament. Honorable House Chair and all protocol observes, in dealing with this different report that are placed before the National Assembly today, we find repetition of the on number of issues across the annual report and also in the first quarter report. Whilst this is understandable in that it reflects that there are matters which are in process and need time, there are also matters which need to be concluded, Honorable Chair. Having said that, I am informed by the observation of the report. The matter of Parliament budget must reach conclusion, Honorable Chair. The position of the ANC it remains firm on this matter. The current situation is unsustainable, and it does not reflect the spirits and the intention of the Constitution. When we speak of separation of powers, Honorable House Chair, separation of powers will entails provision of the adequate and the necessary support, including the financial allocation to each arm of state in order to enable them to undertake their constitutional mandate. Honorable House Chair, we do need to say that this matter has over successive period in Parliament being debated, and various initiatives were proposed, including an amendment to the Act which governs the finances of Parliament and provincial legislatures. House Chair, our meeting with the National Treasury on this matter was postponed during the quarter, and we need to see this matter being brought back as soon as possible. We welcome Parliament Television Studio, but we should not create a Chinese wall. In understanding what Parliament must deal with, Parliament is confronted with manufactured and generated narratives, and Parliament needs friends to communicate with. Honorable Chair, it can't be one or another. It must be both. People need to hear what their public representatives have to say on a wide range of issues. And our second priority as the 60th Parliament is to enhance a meaningful public participation. Our public broadcaster needs to be carrying the parliamentary channels where the majority of our people can be able to watch the business of Parliament and his proceedings. Coming to the matter of measuring performance which is the essence of the Joint Standing Committee's work, the ANC has over the past 2 years raised a concern on the evaluation of performance. The report contains contradictions in that it welcomes the remove to members' client satisfaction module survey performance evaluation system, but goes into say details on how the system work and in practice remains making. House Chair, we examined what the committee refers as making. It is obvious why is this case in this case flaws of the system that is not a conventional they are not in a conventional manner in evaluating the performance, and we have experienced our disagreement on this matter as members of the committee. Honorable House Chair, while the 5 indicators have a rationale, the system into which they applied lack conventional method of evaluating performance, which we find in our oversight work on the department and the entities. Honorable Chair, using the members' survey response system, which is a very small percentage of the members, which brought indicators result in a very high percentage on the performance. The report also reflects a concern on the program 3 will receive a substantial allocation and include members' facility, yet performance in respect of this program will not be measured. Honorable Chair, furthermore, we have offices like OISD, PBO, TAO, and LSS will report directly to the executive authority, yet the APP contains the information with regard to how the performance of these offices will be measured. Honorable Chair, on the matter of the Parliament Budget Office, PBO, we have constantly raised the concern as over the budget. As members have already mentioned it, that it drives the savings through direct transfer from Parliament. It has a business plan, as Honorable Kaiser has already mentioned, which to this date, since 11 months ago, we still have not seen either both on those matters. We think that this matter need an urgent attention, Honorable Chair. The same principle that we apply to the budget of Parliament must also apply to the OBO, the PBO. It has an independence, and therefore its finances should reflect like others. And in conclusion, Honorable Chair, the ANC supported they adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Yes, House Chair, the EFF object.
We recognize the objection of the EFF. Are there any further objections? With that objection, the report is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the 6th order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on the Auditor General on integrated annual report of Auditor General for financial year 2020-2021.
I now recognize the Honourable Somyo.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. It is my honour to introduce before this House the report of SCOAG on the 2020-2021 Integrated Annual Report. It is worth noting, Honourable Members, that this is one of the reports coming from the office in the midst of a current pandemic that has ravaged the globe over the past 2 years. Although a standard report that is tabled each year as per the requirements of the legislation and other parliamentary prescripts, it may be worth noting and acknowledging the challenges that have affected governance and reporting exercises under the rather very difficult circumstances. That said, I speak on behalf of the committee which commended the actual reliance on the Auditor General on the quality of its own work and the agility it has shown during this period. The Auditor General of South Africa has managed to give us an opportunity to oversee its work, which has been made a bit easier because of the qualitative exercise. The documents which are coming out of this institution, including the much lauded and useful COVID-19 special reports, are some of the instruments which have enabled us to handle the report and be able to give Parliament this account. Over a number of AG's annual reports, AXA has been reporting on the sustainability of its performance. It is therefore quite critical to look into two areas in tabling the report, which are of essence of the life of the Office of the Auditor General. Currently, that office is owed about 1.1 billion rand, mainly by municipalities in terms of the audit fees. I was pleased when I heard how the House has performed, Parliament has performed as far as this audit is concerned, but I wondered whether they honor the payments which are due after the performance of such good works. Congratulations to Parliament for such an outlook. The second area is the area that relates to how the Auditor General has been taking over the Schedule 2 SOEs, which in themselves, it hasn't sunk that the standards of performing audits are not the Auditor General owned standards. They are issued by Treasury, and therefore, when they need to challenge such standards, they ought to look into the effect of them against their own accounting policies. The third area is the area which relates to how the controls at the AXA level have been a bit disturbing, more especially looking into the area that relates to technology, which is an add-on to enhance its own functionality during this difficult time. Chairperson and honorable members, as I conclude, the committee reports that the institution, that is the Auditor General of South Africa, is in good health, continues to serve the country with pride, even with the challenges we speak about here above. Our support will remain crucial in ensuring that our government system are geared up for effective service delivery as we seek to achieve the betterment of lives of our people. The report has set before the House for the House to approve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As there is no list of speakers, I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
House Chair, I stand again on behalf of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party to move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. I now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration the opportunity to do so. The DA.
Honourable Chairperson, thank you very much. While this report is largely a performance report of the AG's office itself, it also, Chair, more importantly highlights some of the state of the finances in government departments in the work that the AG has done in producing the report. I'll focus some of the attention on the performance of the AG's office, but also on the work that the AG's office has been doing, the outcomes that they report on for the benefit of members in the House and also the people that we represent. The report, Chair, also covers the period of COVID-19 and focuses some attention on some of the expenditure for COVID-19 relief. And although the quality of the audit reports from the AG's office have over the years gotten much better, the outcomes that those audit reports have provided are unfortunately moving in the opposite direction. The AG reports highlights the very dangerous and poor state of our country's economy in the report. And to quote directly from that report, it recognizes that South Africa's economic outlook has declined, mainly as a result of the pandemic. But this has seen a stagnation in the country's negative credit ratings and presents government with fiscal constraints to delivering its programs and generating revenue, especially at a local government level. Chair, while we are all fully aware of the very difficult economic situation that our country finds itself in, the Minister of Finance recently in his address also pointed that out, as was the case in previous budget debates. And they've always highlighted the very difficult financial situation that our country finds ourselves in. So every rand and every cent matters, yet we still have senior officials in many government departments who just don't give a damn for public funds. The report exposes the massive looting that has taken place across almost every government department. It also highlights the increasing amount of irregular expenditure and the growing need for more stringent and stern action against department officials who continue to waste public funds. Just in the previous financial year alone, the AG highlighted a total loss of about 6.5 billion, and this amount doesn't appear to be getting any better. So, Honourable Chair, one of the reasons why this is the case year after year is because we have a government that is unfortunately afraid to take action against its own comrades who steal public money. Crooked comrades in government departments just do as they please, and there are no consequences for their actions. Some departments also use the COVID-19 as an excuse not to provide the AG's office with all the documentation required to conduct a full and proper audit. 983 million in procurement expenditure was for overpriced goods, for example, and over 2 billion rand worth of goods were paid for but not delivered. And this is only those transactions that we know about. But once again, DA-run governments have still outperformed the corrupt ANC governments all over South Africa. It is, however, encouraging to note, Chair, that the number of whistleblowers who come forward with information to the AG is also on the increase. Almost all of those complaints that were reported are being investigated and attended to. But what we must also highlight is the fear that exists in civil society, where many whistleblowers get gunned down and lose their lives because they try to save us all from the institutionalized theft that is going on in government departments. Our government has to do much more to protect officials and departments who make the effort to expose levels of corruption that they come across daily. Chair, although the AG's office were operating under very difficult conditions during the period under review, I think we must all recognize that the good work that has been done to report on the strengths and the weaknesses also of our government departments. Government debt owing to the AG's office is at an all-time high of 1.1 billion rand. 722 million rand of that is by local municipalities. And this increasing debt is going to make it much more difficult for the AG's office to do its work, and more crooks will end up getting away with stealing the public's money. Finally, Speaker, notwithstanding all of these weaknesses and poor expenditure patterns that have been highlighted, unless there will be some firm action taken against officials who misuse public funds, the grim situation in our country is only going to get worse. It will render the work of the AG's office useless, and this is going to make the lives of the poorest communities even worse. The DA supports this report. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, when it comes to the Auditor General of South Africa, things cannot continue as if it is business as usual. The report tabled before the National Assembly is part of the problem. We continue to copy and paste from previous reports, perpetuating a very abnormal situation. The AG is owed 1.1 billion, and this amount increased from 931 million in 2019-2020. This is shocking because the AG does not audit private companies, but organs of the state. These are municipalities, provincial departments, national departments, and public entities. As the EFF, we are convinced that there is a deliberate campaign by the corrupt and incompetent ruling party to defund the Auditor General the same way they have defunded Stats SA. There is a deliberate campaign to defund and render useless institutions that are meant to make the citizens aware of the degeneration within the state. What is the point of allocating the AG 44 million to implement the amended Public Audit Act when the state organs owe them more than $1 billion? This is nothing but mockery of the Constitution. We want to congratulate and encourage the Auditor General and her team and want to encourage them to expose fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure in government. The AG audited more than 600 departments and public entities and prioritized 425 audits. This is commendable. Lastly, we want to warn the AG that she must be very careful about how she treats these auditing companies. She is entrusted with the constitutional responsibilities, and she cannot afford to treat rogue auditing companies with kid gloves. We have not forgotten the likes of Deloitte and KPMG aided the cost of corruption in the state, and they continue to do that even today. We hope this is not the reason why we're insisting on this, why they are insisting on this Cowell company that will transform when there are many Black-owned audit firms. We will continue to engage the AG on building internal capacity instead of outsourcing critical work. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Yes, but if you're not bonus. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I just want to associate myself with the remarks by the colleagues before me, the Chairperson, the DA member, the EFF member, with regard to the very, very important role played by the Office of the Auditor General in South Africa and some of the interventions that they have taken, particularly during COVID. Because we found that during the time of COVID, the Office of the Auditor General performed well in those circumstances and were able to still continue audits. And I think a pleasing thing for us in the committee, Honourable Chairperson, you will agree, is that the incidences of intimidation that they experienced when they went to some municipalities and they were chased away came to an end because there was a more concerted action in preventing that. So I think when it comes to the issue of the municipalities not paying, I mean, it's a matter of serious concern. And it's big numbers that we're talking about, 1.1 billion and 722 million the year before. And I think perhaps needs to be a way of top slicing these amounts, Honourable Chairperson, that all municipalities must top slice an amount that's owed to the Auditor General. Because if the Auditor General doesn't get the kind of funds that they require to perform their functions, then they're not going to perform the function optimally. So this is something that we've got to look at, but we know Treasury does come to the assistance as well, to the Office of the Auditor General by giving them some funds. We would also like to see the Office of the Auditor General utilizing the new powers in terms of the amendments to the Act, I think in 2019, of issuing certificates of debt and holding directors general and accounting officers in SOEs and in departments responsible for irregular and wasteful expenditure, and also using other agencies like the Hawks and Scorpions and SAPS to go and investigate these quote unquote crooks, but maybe we'll call them crooks in what they do. But I think I also want to agree with my colleague from the EFF. When you look at auditing in general, I mean, some of the performances of private auditing firms on private companies leaves a lot to be desired. When we look at Hewlett, Honourable George, when you look at what happened at Tongaat Hewlett, and the debacle there, and you find that reputable auditing firms were auditing those companies, and yet, you know, there were shenanigans that were exposed and running into millions of rand. So I think the body that's responsible for overseeing auditors in general, private auditors as well, needs to be more circumspect in the way they deal with these auditors that are not doing their job properly and misleading the public, misleading shareholders that invest in these companies, because then we can have a proper audit system of all organizations. And SOEs in particular, we need to have better focus. Thank you very much. We support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, it is significant that the Auditor General has performed extremely well under very difficult circumstances. Now, serving on the Justice Committee, it is very interesting because the Special Investigating Unit also performs very well. Both the SIU and the Auditor General charge client departments for the work that they are doing. Both these institutions are not being paid sufficiently by client departments. That obviously inhibits the work that they are able to do. Here we sit with a situation of the Auditor General being owed 1.1 billion rand, most of which is from dysfunctional local government municipalities. Now, just to contextualize this, at the end of 2021, their financial situation of the Auditor General, they sat with only 576 million rand cash reserves, which is far less than they should normally have in terms of what is required. They would normally have up to 3 months cash reserves. That should be recorded as in previously terms. Now their cash reserves are down to what they say in this report, 1 month and 8 days. So this is serious. And we need as Parliament to come alongside the Auditor General, as the Standing Committee does, and as this report indicates, to ensure that they collect outstanding debts owed to them, to ensure that they are able to perform the enhanced functions that they are now required to do in terms of the amendments to the Public Audit Act. And bearing in mind as well that they now have increased responsibilities, having taken over a number of the SOEs, such as Transnet. Imagine taking over the audit of Transnet. And that was done in the 2021 financial year. So they've got increased work capacities, but increased powers, but they are suffering from constrained financial situation due to departments and local government municipalities not paying their debt. A second issue I'd just like to quickly touch on, and I know it is late in the day, is the fact that there's also an increasing tendency to litigate and question the auditing, accounting practices of the Auditor General. Now, if you look in this very ATC, you'll see on page 7, there's a report by the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority schedule, and there it says there is a difference of opinion with the Auditor General South Africa on the accounting treatment for certain costs. So not only are they struggling with payments, they now get in litigation or questioning of their own accounting principles, which of course delays these audits. These are issues we need to be mindful of, and we need to exercise oversight to ensure that the work, the incredibly good work of the Auditor General is not impinged or not seriously prejudiced. I thank you. The ACDP will support this report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM?
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. ATM? Good.
No declaration, Chair. Thank
you. The NFP?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, this particular department, or Department Auditor General's Office, must be commended for their performance. Now, not long ago, we amended the powers of the Auditor General. However, there's been limited success in terms of this. And one of the reasons for that is as a result of failure to ensure that there's consequences in terms of the reports that's provided by the Auditor General. Added to that is the threats that have been made to members of the Auditor General's offices. Now, you know, Chairperson, this country, and we've said this time and time again, loses almost 300 billion rand a year as a result, just in the procurement sector or the supply chain processes. And here you find that the municipalities have not paid 1.1 billion to the Office of the Auditor General. And surely this is going to impact on the performance of the Office of the Auditor General. Now, where is the system, Chairperson, that we put in where all municipalities were supposed to have paid their debt within 30 days? And clearly it shows that as a result of no consequences, we're getting nowhere with it. I must again highlight the issue of whistleblowers and the failure to protect them. The case of Bhavita Deokaran is one ideal example, how she was massacred just because she blew the whistle. So, you know, unless we're going to give greater support to the Office of the Auditor General, it's going to be meaningless, these reports. Because, you know, the difficult aspect of it is this, you know, the auditing sector has been found on the wrong side of the law in this country. Many of the large companies have been found doing the wrong thing. But when the Office of the Auditor wants to do the right thing, we're not giving them adequate support. So the National Freedom Party is urging us to give more support to the Office of the Auditor General and supports the report table here. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. The AIC, PAC, Al-Jamaa.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Al-Jamaa is quite pleased with the position of the Standing Committee on the Auditor General's report. It agrees with the list of recommendations that the Auditor General should operate within a reasonable time frame in achieving its transformation targets. These should, however, not only be for the external auditors, but that it also be undertaken for the nation. In fact, it approves the idea that quarterly progress reports be provided by the Auditor General SA on its transformation goals. It's Al-Jamaa's view that if the Standing Committee continues with its monitoring role regarding the Auditor General's activities, it will assist it in check and make certain that it by and large complies with its overall transformation objectives. So Parliament must be proud of its Standing Committee. While Al-Jamaa concurs with the general rule that the Auditor General does its work in accordance with the Public Audit Act and that it maintains its independence, it wishes to underline that all officially recognized structures are fully liable and answerable. In this instance, the Auditor General, like our respected President of South Africa, remains accountable to the nation in general and Parliament's appointed Standing Committee in particular. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The ANC rises in support of the Auditor General's integrated annual report
for
the 2020-21 financial year. This report makes an honest reflection of the challenges as well as the highlights as we steadily make progress towards inculcating a culture of transparency, accountability, and consequence management in the public sector. The financial year also marks the full implementation of the amended Public Audit Act of 2019, which provides the Auditor General with valuable instruments for implementing effective consequence management and taking remedial action. The new amendments to the powers of the Auditor General introduce the concept of material irregularities in public audit. This occurs when there has been no compliance with relevant financial statutes and legislation and is aimed at ensuring that state entities are not exposed to fraud or situations where they can suffer substantial harm that can result in financial loss or dampen their ability to perform a certain service. During the 2020-2021 financial year, the definition for material irregularities was expanded to include any non-compliance with legislation, fraud, or breach of fiduciary duty. As a result of this, 75 material irregularities were identified in PFMA governed institutions, with an estimated loss of 6.9 billion, and 96 material irregularities were identified in local government with an estimated loss of 2 billion rands. It is in this context of the expanded scope that we note the 293 million deficit in the 2020-2021 financial year for the Auditor General. House Chair, this loss in revenue can be attributed to several factors, including increased unbilled hours, especially during local government audits, lower collections from auditees, and legislated delays in starting audits. Generally, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a negative impact on the economy, and this has put pressure on the revenue of the AG. However, in 2020-2021 financial year, the loss in revenue was mitigated by the strict management of overhead expenses and cost containment measures. The deficit was curtailed from 318 million recorded in the first quarter to 293 million rands recorded in the last quarter. We note with great concern the growth in the debt owed to the AG, as was alluded by members who spoke before me, which increased to 1.1 billion in 2020-2021. Most concerning is that municipalities are the biggest contributors to debt owed to the AG. They account for 772 million rands of the total debt. Chair, linked to this challenge is the broader question of municipal debt underpinned by a culture of impunity in local government, where government departments, private enterprises, and residents who can afford to pay for municipal services are not paying. In 2018, the Financial Census of Municipalities report revealed that at the time, debt owed to municipalities totaled 72.4 billion rands. As a consequence, municipalities are unable to meet their financial obligations. The ANC supports interventions aimed at debt recovery in municipalities, which is underway, as this will ensure that municipalities are in turn able to meet their financial obligations. In addition, there is also a noticeable failure by the SOEs to meet their obligations to the AG, in particular entities that are in financial distress. Turnaround strategies of SOEs should be prioritized on accounting officers responding effectively to the material irregularities identified by the AG. This will assist in recovering financial losses and stabilize the financial position in these SOEs. We support the decision to expand the audit portfolio of the AG to Transnet as well as ESCOM. We note the recommendation by the audit committee to reappoint the current external auditor to the AG. This is despite the fact that there has been a failure to implement the transformation plan on the part of the external auditors, which was submitted in 2018 already. The audit committee requested to be finished with quarterly reports on the implementation of this plan, and we find it unacceptable that over a period of 2 years, this has not happened. Whilst we welcome the improvement of the BBBEE score from level 7 to level 4 since 2019, we are not convinced that transformation should be reduced to keeping the scorecard. The quarterly reports on the implementation of the transformation plan must be submitted to Parliament in order to conduct effective oversight and make a qualitative assessment of the transformation. The ANC will support all efforts to improve gaps, which were identified by the audit despite the fact that there were no material findings. This also includes inadequate capacity with regards to information technology. Once again, House Chair, the ANC supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Are there any objections? There's no objections. Agreed to. We now come to motions without notice. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a motion without notice?
Thanks, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you.
The African National Congress moves that notice that the House notes that the University of South Africa, in partnership with the Miriam Makeba Foundation, celebrated the life of Dr. Miriam Zenzile Makeba on Friday, the 4th of March, 2022, in what would have been Dr. Miriam Makeba's 90th birthday. Recalls that the Grammy Award-winning singer dedicated her life to fighting for equality in both South Africa and around the world through her music. Remembers that despite being banned from her home country for her outspokenness and resistance to apartheid, she went on to build an illustrious international career, performing on some of the world's most prestigious musical stages. Further remembers that she released music albums in 1960 and 1963, both times making the Billboard 200 in America. Acknowledges that she also testified at the United Nations Against Apartheid, calling for UN to show compassion for the actions against Black South Africans and also appeal to them to try and stop the tragedy and free South Africa's unjustly jailed leaders, and appreciates University of South Africa and friends of the late Mama Makeba in the music industry on organizing events of this nature to keep her legacy of activism alive. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The DA. Honourable members, that packet of sweets that you're distributing here are making a noise and it's distracting us.
Can I?
The DA?
Thanks, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that South African athlete Mr. Stephen Mukoka made history when he broke the 50 kilometers world record at the Nedbank Ranified Series in Gqeberha on Sunday, 6 March 2022. Further notes that Mr. Mukoka's record-breaking time of 2 hours, 40 minutes and 13 seconds is nearly 4 minutes faster than the inaugural world record set by Ethiopia's Mr. Ketama Negasa and has been recognized as the new official world record by World Athletics. Acknowledges that Mr. Mukoka has won numerous national titles in his running career and has represented South Africa at 3 Olympic Games. Recognizes that Mr. Mukoka's achievement is spectacular, considering that it was the first time he was competing in the 50 kilometers distance. Congratulates Mr. Mukoka on achieving this world record milestone and wish him well in his future races. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objection, agreed to. The EFF?
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chair, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without motion that the House notes that in February 2022, the African heads of state and the government approved the request by the Deputy President of Tanzania to declare Swahili as an official language of the African Union. Further notes that the recognition of Swahili is a significant step towards the full recognition of African languages in the continent, which have been marginalized by colonialism and by the neo-colonial states that took over power after independence. Acknowledges that Swahili is spoken by over 100 million people in the continent and is one of the most widely used indigenous languages in Africa. Further acknowledges that in the African Union decision must be seen within the context of the ideal of developing an African language for communication by Africans across the continent without having to resort to imposed European languages. Encourages the teaching and development of Swahili in this own country and urges education authorities to have the languages as a taught language in South African schools. We congratulate the African Union for taking such a bold step. I so move, House Chairperson.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC.
There's two members of the ANC on the floor. Okay. May we get the one on the virtual platform first, and then we'll come back to you later, Honourable Member. The virtual platform member.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates capacitating community organizations in order to assist in...
Honourable Member, that is not a motion without notice. That's a notice of a motion. Okay. May I proceed with a member who is here in the chamber, and the whips will sort it out with the other member.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair and members of Parliament. The African National Congress notes without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing on of Mr. Johnson Fakude, the owner of Fakude Cash Loan in Bushbuck Ridge, who was gunned down with his family on the 8th of March, it was on a Tuesday, 8th of March. Further notes that Mr. Johnson Fakude, who was 58 years of age, his wife, Ms. Gift Matsani, 50, their daughters Princess Fakude, 11, and Priscilla Fakude, 8 years of age, were found dead at their home in Ribone, Castile, near Bushbuck Ridge. Recalls that the body of the husband was found outside. Meanwhile, the bodies of the wife and children were found in the sitting room with school books, which suggests that they were busy and the mother was helping them with their homework. Strongly condemned the brutal murder of the family and calls for the swift arrest of the perpetrators. Conveys its condolences to the family and friends of the Fakude family. I so move, House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I move that the House notes the establishment of the KwaZulu-Natal Children's Hospital, then the Durban or Addington Children's Hospital, built in 1928. Acknowledges that Addington Children's Hospital was the first hospital exclusively for children on the African continent. Laments the fact that the hospital was closed by the Apartheid government in 1984 due to the fact that it cared for all children, irrespective of race, color, or creed, and that it remained closed for 28 years thereafter, with many of its buildings falling into a state of disrepair. Celebrates the fact that the hospital was reopened in July 2013 and that a number of charities and trusts, as well as certain not-for-profit organizations, have been set up by philanthropic, medical, legal professionals and citizens like the late Dr. Arti Ramkisoon and Professor Jerry Kuvadia, in order to partner with government to raise funds to restore the hospital to its former glory. Further celebrates and acknowledges the stellar efforts of a collective of young professional women acting in concert under the organizational name of Kulisa, who raised approximately 1 million rand at a fundraiser held this past weekend, with all the proceeds going to the children's home. And finally calls upon government to ensure prioritization of the complete reconstruction and return to operation of this landmark medical institution, partnering as it should with civil society, medical professionals, and private institutions in order to complete this process as quickly as possible for the love and medical requirements of the children of the Republic of South Africa. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that this House notes for Tshwane University of Technology, Engineering and Built Environment faculty travelled from Pretoria to Swakopmund, Namibia in Messina Chaser 4, their energy-efficient, high-technology, solar-powered vehicle covering a distance of 2,153 kilometers. Further notes, Messina Chaser 4 is the fourth solar and electric car that the university has developed since 2014. These vehicles were designed, built and driven by a team of staff members and students from the university. Acknowledges in 2018, a previous generation with Sun Chaser 3 was ranked #1 in the Sussel's Solar Challenge and achieved a 4th place internationally. Further acknowledged that there are probably only 2 or 3 of these vehicles in Africa, and this vehicle was rated as the top performing on the continent. Congratulates the Tshwane University of Technology on their passion and drive to develop this energy efficient and environmentally friendly form of transport. Further congratulates them on successfully negotiating the difficult in South Africa. Portals in South Africa and successfully reaching Swakopmund in 1 piece.
Only that.
Wishes them all the best with design and building of a multi-seater solar vehicle are currently.
Yeah. Honorable Lenzana, you are disrupting proceedings. And you are disrupting the speaker that's on the floor. Honorable May, will you complete what you were busy with, please? Honorable May, are you done?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House expresses deepest condolences at the passing of Mr. Simon Mbata, the National Coordinator of the South African Waste Pickers Association, on the 19th of February 2022. Notes that the South African Waste Pickers Association is one of the organizations formed to promote, protect, and defend rights of waste pickers in the country, with Mr. Simon Mbata as its advocate. Acknowledges that the waste pickers' role has been widely recognized nationally and internationally, including the recently held United Nations Environmental Assembly held in Kenya, Nairobi. Remembers that Mr. Mbata participated in the inaugural 2019 Plastic Colloquium in his capacity as the chairperson of South African Waste Pickers Association. Recalls that on the day before, Mr. Mbata briefed the Portfolio Committee on Forest, Fisheries and Environment on matters affecting the waste pickers, conveys its condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of the late Mr. Mbata. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ACDP.
Chair, Mr. Thringer, I understand is trying to join. Will you call him again? And otherwise,
the ACDP. Please proceed, Honourable Swart.
Okay, thank you. On behalf of the ACDP, I move without notice that this House applauds the achievement of Professor Mashudu Shifu Laro, who became the first otolaryngologist who transplanted a 3D printed bones for reconstructive middle ear implants on 3 March 2019. Notes that the professor grew up as a herdsman in the rural village of Mabaklela outside Toyandu. Further notes that in the year 2000, the professor was appointed as the youngest and only Black professor of ENT in South Africa. Commends the professor for his statement, quote, "I'm following God's blueprint. God created the ear and I'm just trying to understand it." I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objection, agreed to. The UDM.
House Chair, I move without notice on behalf of the UDM that the House notes with sadness the matter of Nelly Sam Jamba, a 37-year-old woman who was pushed from the 3rd floor of a flat at a former men's Transnet hostel known as Ikwezi in Langa. Further notes, this heartless matter was allegedly perpetrated by a jealous ex-boyfriend. Remembers that Nelly's death follows just under a month after the body of 26-year-old Asi Pengoloba was discovered in a shallow canal behind Sanitizer, an informal settlement, Kwalang. 2 days later, a body of a 25-year-old Sinawo Nono was found shot dead in the same area. That Langa Township is currently facing a scourge of senseless murders of women. Calls on the South African police to expedite the investigation in order to ensure the arrest of all the perpetrators and prevent more murders of young women around the Langa area. Calls on Parliament to ensure that law enforcement agencies comply with all the relevant pieces of legislation to prevent more gender-based violence. Extends its deepest condolences to the families, friends, and all the loved ones of Nelly Samjamba. May her soul rest in peace. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. ATM. DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the city of Cape Town played host to more than 22,000 cyclists that participated in the 44th edition of the biggest timed cycle race in the world, the 2022 Cape Town Cycle Tour, on Sunday, 13th March. Further notes that the cycle tour is a major contributor to the local economy and that it is estimated to have injected an estimated 500 million rand this year, which will go a long way in assisting in the recovery of the tourism and hospitality sectors hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns. Acknowledges that the cycle tour also raises large sums of money for social upliftments and cycling developments, and in excess of 45 million rand has been distributed back to local communities through its two charitable beneficiaries, the Pedal Power Association and the Rotary Club of Claremont. Recognizes that while the number of cyclists that took part in the cycle tour this year increased from 18,000 in 2021, that figure of 22,000 is still far less than the 35,000 cyclists who were taking part before the COVID-19 pandemic. Affirms the calls for governments to end the national state of disaster as a matter of urgency to ensure that post-COVID-19 pandemic recovery efforts of the leisure sector and businesses are increased and intensified, and congratulates the organizers of the 2022 Cape Town Cycle Tour on hosting another successful cycle race. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. The EFF.
I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House notes and congratulate Ms. Refilwe Maitisa, the 24-years-old South African actress, singer, and model based in New York for her top awards achieved at New York University. Further notes that Ms. Maitisa recently graduated top of her class, summa cum laude, from the prestigious New York University Teach School of Arts with a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in drama and minor in the business of entertainment, media, and technology. Acknowledges that Ms. Maitisa completed her matric in 2015 with 6 distinctions from Crawford College, Lone Hill in South Africa. She then went to study at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in Los Angeles and received an associate degree in drama before enrolling at New York University. Further acknowledges that in high school, Ms. Maitisa was named a top 10 vocalist at the South African Talent Championship in 2014 and chosen to attend the 64th Actors, Models and Talent for Christchurch Conference in Florida, USA, where she received the 3rd place overall Female Teen Actor Award and 3rd place overall Teen Singer Award. Ms. Maitisa was also the first student to win the Crawford's Got Talent show in 2011 at the tender age of 13 years old, and she later wrote the school's first official song. She was also awarded George Goldfaden Award at New York University for her leadership, impact, and contribution to writing. She later directed and staged a new play in less than 24 hours at the annual 24-hour play festival at Teach. Congratulates let the House congratulates Ms. Refilwe Maitisa on her achievements for flying the South African flag high abroad, and wish her success in her academic and profession. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you so much, House Chair. I move without notice to pass condolences motion on the passing of former NCMP, Dr. Patrick Maisela. The African National Congress moves without that notice that the House notes with deep sadness the passing of a former NCMP, academic and political scientist, Dr. Patrick Maisela, on Monday, 7th of March, 2022. Acknowledges that Dr. Maisela studied hematology through medical research and was the first Black person to be allowed to be a medical technician. Remembers that he joined the ANC in 1964 and worked underground to mobilize students and youth, leading to the formation of NAYO, a youth movement which later had tremendous influence in student movement nationally. Further remembers that in 1987, the ANC sent him for further political studies where he obtained his PhD in political economy. Recalls that in 2014, 2014, Dr. Maisela was elected as the Member of Parliament, where he served as the member of the Portfolio Committee of Health until 2019. It further recalls that in 2019, Dr. Maisela was appointed as political advisor to the chairperson of National Council of Provinces, Ntate Amos Masondo. It conveys its heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Dr. Maisela, particularly his former branch called Mzala branch, including the one that he passes on as a card-carrying and very active member of Eric Mulubi branch, Ward 125. I so move. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Good. The NFP. The ANC.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, Chairperson, I'm with you. Can I go ahead, Chairperson?
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this House notes the South African Proteas women's team beat England in a nail-biting Women's World Cup match in New Zealand on Monday, the 14th of March, 2022. Also note that this was their first win against England since the year 2000. This was sweet revenge for the South African women's team after the 2017 World Cup semi-final loss. Also notes that South Africa remains unbeaten in New Zealand. Further notes that Marizanne Cup claimed 5 wickets for 45 runs and claimed 35 runs. Wherefore, we call upon this Honourable House to congratulate the Proteas women's team on their success, call on this House to extend our best wishes to the Proteas team to win the 2022 Women's Cricket World Cup. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that the House notes the legacy of anti-apartheid activist Dr. Aidil Moerat will live on in the hearts and minds of recipients of the Dr. Aidil Moerat Medical Bursary Trust, which was launched over the weekend at the South Peninsula High School. Acknowledges that this started as a fund by Moerat late parents targeting financially needy high school learners who want to study medicine. Further acknowledges that this year it was formalized into a trust that could be sustained long after the current administrators are gone. Recalls that Dr. Moerat, also known as the People's Doctor, was a general practitioner and anti-apartheid activist, revered by many for his community health activism. Further recalls that he opened his practice in Gugulethu after graduating from UCT, but was tragically murdered in 1998, and commends the family of Dr. Aidil Moerat for keeping his legacy alive. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The AIC. Cope. The ANC.
Modula Studo Rialebo, on behalf of the African National Congress, I rise to move without notice that this House...
Order, honorable members, order. Don't get distracted so easily. Don't see what you want to see. Continue, honorable member.
Can the honorable member switch off his video?
Order, honorable member. I didn't recognize you. Thank you. Continue, honorable member.
I move that this House notes that 10 years old Siavuya Mabete has written a book with a clear message: stop bullying. Understand that this message is the title of the King's College Grade 4 pupils recently launched the book she penned with the help of her parents, Zwelake and Nkebekazi Matebe, and with her coach, Ondiswa Mpuka Nkosi, and further acknowledges that her reason for writing the book is because she believes the bullying is a big societal problem. And she also heard sad stories of children being bullied, which galvanized her to bring awareness about the problem. And further acknowledges that Siavuya did her research and tells readers about the different types of bullying, which she says include sexual, verbal, physical, and cyberbullying. Believes that she is planning to do road shows to bring awareness about bullying to her peers, and wishes her well with the success of her book and all the future endeavors. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the sports, arts and culture sectors have been hit hard by the limitations and absence of spectators and supporters imposed on the sector through the government's COVID-19 risk-adjusted strategy. Further notes that sports, arts, culture sectors play an important role in nation building, creating social cohesion, promoting economic growth, cultivating youth development, and contributing to the physical and mental well-being of all South Africans. Recognizes that there is a need for the limitations and banning of spectators and supporters imposed on the sector to be lifted as a matter of urgency. Calls on the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture to work with sports, arts and culture sectors to put mechanisms in place to fast-track the development of COVID-19 containment measures so that the limitations and banning of spectators and supporters can be lifted. Encourages South Africans to support the sports, arts and culture sectors in a responsible manner when the restrictions are lifted. I so move. Thank you, Chairperson.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. The PAC, Al-Jamaa.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I rise on behalf of Al-Jamaa that the House notes the following position of the Muslim constituency as one of the many peaceful communities in South Africa. Further notes that the Muslim community will remain undeterred in their calls to continue to condemn any acts of terrorism in South Africa by foreign forces who finger those terrorists masquerading as Muslims. Acknowledge that such acts of terrorism give Islam a bad name. Further acknowledges calls made to religious leaders, organizations, ulama bodies to expel their members associated with terrorism in any way and who are on the payroll of foreign intelligence. Understand calls for Muslims to dissociate from such individuals or organizations. Further understand that news reports labeling terrorists who've got nothing to do with Islam as jihadists cause immense hurt to Muslims. Notes Al-Jamaa comments to our security establishments for not being influenced by false flags to promote Islamophobia in South Africa and elsewhere. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House welcomes the partnership between the Spark Group and Mr. Price Foundation, who are commemorating almost a decade of successful partnership assisting to combat youth unemployment. Notes that the partners have been working together to break the cycle of poverty and inequality in South Africa through the Jumpstart program over the past 7 years. Acknowledges that Jumpstart teaches matriculants foundational life skills and provides hands-on work experience in the entry-level retail environment. Recalls that through Jumpstart, thousands of youth are upskilled to become ready for work and better equipped to get employment. Further recalls that Jumpstart has trained 22,259 youth for retail frontline jobs since 2007, which 50% of whom have found employment over the past 14 years, and commends the Spark Group and Mr. Price Foundation for their successful partnership in combating youth unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. That concludes motions without notice. The last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion? The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates capacitating community organizations in order to assist in sustainable rehabilitation and social integration of former prisoners. I thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the ongoing failure of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to address the issue of month-to-month leases and outstanding rentals owed to private landlords to the detriment of service delivery by state departments. I so move.
The EFF. The EFF. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, House Chair.
No, let's give the EFF an opportunity. They seem to have missed the sequence. Continue, Honourable Paulson.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the EFF that in the next sitting the House debates a just transition which will secure the future livelihoods of workers and the communities in a low-carbon economy. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates building an ethical developmental state with capacity to lead and guide all social partners towards achieving national objectives and goals. Thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House that this House debates airlines' recent failures to meet the South African Civil Aviation Authority's risk and safety requirements, thus not only placing South African passengers at risk, but also the residual surrounding effects thereof on the economy, like exorbitant prices for flight tickets during this period. I so move.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day of the House, I shall move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that the House debates what mechanisms should be put in place to combat the scourge of diesel theft along the Transnet pipeline from Johannesburg to Durban, considering the latest theft that led to the vandalism of the pipeline and subsequent leakage of thousands of litres of diesel into the Mule River. This leakage is catastrophic to the farmers, community, and environment, especially noting that the end water source being contaminated is the Vaal Dam. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates South Africa's national interest and the country's obligation to the global community in relation to the sustainability of the natural environment and human freedom. I so move.
The ACDP.
Mr. Thring again is trying to move the motion with notice, but I will do it.
Honourable Thring.
Chair, I'm not sure if I'm audible. I'm having internet connection problems.
Please proceed. You are audible.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, in the light of the Fiscal Cliff Study Group presentation to the South African Parliament, I move on behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party that this House at its next sitting debates the correlation between non-performing SOEs and a weakening of the South African economy. I so move.
The UDM.
I move that the House debates, the next sitting, the House debates the urgent need to lift the national state of disaster. I so move. Thank you.
ATM, the DA, the DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the maladministration of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative Program for the smallholder farmers by the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development.
Chair.
I so move.
Chair.
Yes, honorable member.
No, but I wanted to raise an order on the member there. What he's doing is wrong. Should we come to the House and say with placards that says Russia, Ukraine, and so forth? It's wrong what he's doing.
No, those type of political statements should be made in the House when we debate. And we debate issues. We're setting a precedent. And I would like the Chief Whip's forum to discuss this, Chief Whip, because I'm busy making a ruling. Because it gets to a point where there's a possibility that really other things can also be displayed in the House. So while we allow for freedom of speech and for members to express themselves, this is not consistent with the practices in the House. And the Chief Whip's forum must deliberate on that so that there's a common agreement on how to proceed with the matter. Yes, honourable member. Yes, that's why order, honorable members, order. I've made the ruling and the Chief Whip will attend to the matter in the Chief Whip's forum. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the
Order, honorable members. Continue, Honorable Paulson.
I move on behalf of the EFF that in the next sitting, the House debates practical interventions by national government to counter the increasing levels of violent crimes on the Cape Flats in Cape Town. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates investing more in research and innovation in order to create more jobs and more entrepreneurs. I so move. Danko.
Good. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that at its next sitting, this House deliberates on parental alienation and the effects on children.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that is in its next sitting, the House debates measures to eradicate the prevalence of bullying, which negatively affects the social environment at schools. I so move. Thank you.
Honorable Shaky, ma'am, please switch off your microphone. The AIC, COPE, the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the mobilization of state and non-state capacity to deal with issues of crime in an integrated approach with active citizen involvement and co-responsibility. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the shocking fate of the elderly in frail care facilities and the grim future of the elderly and the frail, due in part to a lack of NPO funding by the Department of Social Development. I so move.
Thank you. The PAC, Al-Jama.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Notice of motion that this House debates whether signing international agreements, minutes of meetings and protocols between an NGO, the South African Hajj and Umrah Council, SAUC and government, Hajj government department of Saudi Arabia is in contravention of the Constitution.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chair.
You, Honorable Chair. I hereby move.
No, Honorable Silshwai, there is a member on the floor at the moment, and I've recognized her. There's a member here in the House. I've recognized that member. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting of the House debates the importance of water as a key driver, amongst others, of our economy and social fabric and the necessity and importance of its preservation for generations to come, alongside the needs for its equitable distribution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honourable members. That concludes notices of motion and the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Don't leave the chair.
Thank you, Chair.